Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Did you hear it? Okay. Okay. The video's on. Yeah. Do you see it? Okay, I'm gonna put my phone down. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Did you hear it? Oh. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, did you hear me? Yes. Oh, thank God. Okay. Shane,
Yeah, can you hear me?
yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bowman.
Here. All right,
The roll has been called.
I'll make a motion.
go ahead.
I'll make a motion to excuse Council McCoy from the meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Moving on, does any council member wish to amend the agenda this evening?
Move to approve the meeting agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Munson, second by Councilmember Ferrer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. We have an approved agenda. All right. Going down to summary reports and presentations.
Oh,
Oh, well, you're already excused. You want to leave? This is your out, bud. Kelly, can you reflect the roll to show that Councilmember McCoy?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to summary reports and presentations. Are there any council member reports this evening?
I have two this evening, Mayor.
All right, let's hear 'em.
The first one is from the Urban County Policy Board. We met on March 9th, where we voted on selling the WIC building at fair market value. Michelle, I think it's pronounced Schuster. She's with Internal Service. She's the Internal Services Director. She'll be coordinating the recommendations made by the Urban County Policy Board to the Clark County Council. There's not a date on that yet, but she'll notify the board when the discussion is on the council's agenda. And then I'm sure staff will know, but I can still let staff aware. I believe Mark, you sit on that board. Yeah, so you're already aware of it. Also, CMAR has been notified of the board's decision. I think it'll be good. WIC will still be offered to our citizens. They won't be losing services. It will allow us to reallocate funds that we're going to be, I'll just say that it will allow us to reallocate funds to applicants who originally didn't receive grant funding due to the shortages in funds this next year. And then it will also help BG meet our goals for the Old Town revitalization. And then April 6th through the 10th is going to be Community Development Week. And if our city is interested in issuing a proclamation, then all we have to do is let Noreen know. And she'd be happy to create a draft for us if we want. Our next meeting will be on June 8th. So there will not be one in April or May. Interesting. Next, there was ECHO. ECHO met on Tuesday, the 10th, where we went over our law enforcement panel planning questions. That can be seen virtually on CVTV or at the Clark County Public Service Center on April 14th from 9:30 to 11:30. There'll be a panel discussion for the first hour. And then after that, the audience will be able to ask questions for 30 minutes. Next, just to let staff know and us on the board as well, there'll be the interlocal agreement is due for document recording fees. Just a reminder, those document recording fees, most of those goes for shelter services. And they said that the city should be receiving that in about 2 weeks. That's all I have for reports.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Ferrer. Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you. Yes, report out on RTC. I'll share this with council and we can put it in the record if we want, but that's just some RTC proposed transportation corridors. Some of those are just in working design. So that's trails as well as major transportation networks. So we'll have a chance to weigh in maybe on where some of those should say where we want those pathways. The big one is RTC approved an increase to the STBG, which is Surface Transportation Block Grant. So that means $700,000 more to the Grace Rasmussen project. So good news there. For that, our dues went up 4%, $318. Good ROI. That completes my report.
All right, do we have any other council member reports this evening? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to the mayor's report. And I've got a few things here. Let me go over some of the more pertinent business. EMS District 2, we had our meeting March 9th at 1 p.m. We welcomed our new board members. We have Myrna France, La Center council member, formerly known as Leha, as I would know her. France. Tomato. So we have La Center council member, and then we also have Dean Thornberry, Fire District 3 commissioner. So we now have 5 on the EMS board. We also approved the medical program director contract with Marlo Mocht from Clark EMS Physicians LLC. He will be setting the medical terms for EMS. So what medications we can use, what best practices for emergencies, depending on the situation. And let's see, we also did an interlocal agreement with Clark County Fire District 6 to run administration for EMS 2. Previously, it was Cressa that did that. At least previously, when we're in the type of agreement that we're in now with a contract. And so Clark County Fire District 6 will be running the admin for that. And that was a $30,000 per year contract with them. And the cost for that is already built into the contract for EMS 2. So it's not like we're pulling additional funds anywhere to do that. Yeah, so that was some of the updates for EMS 2. And then we move on to CTRAN. The CTRAN, we had our board composition committee meeting prior to the CTRAN board of directors meeting. And it was kind of an interesting way that we went about this, but we went into executive session for the comp review committee. And when we came out of executive session, we basically recessed our meeting. And we recessed the meeting to reconvene after the board meeting was completed. And so what that allowed us to do was Ryan Davis from the city of Ridgefield brought forward language amending the modified preferred alternative. And basically, I'll read this to you guys if you guys want to hear it, which I'm sure you do. Change for section A, number 2. And this is the one, I'll read the already existing language and then the amendment at the end. But CTRAN may participate in funding the operations and maintenance of the bi-state transit, including any new park and rides that may be constructed or co-located, station maintenance, security, and other operational support as agreed to and part of the project. That was existing language. The amended language to add on to the end of that was funding authorized as part of this section may not come from RCW 82.14.045. Sales tax revenues previously approved by PTBA, Public Transit Bus Authority, voters, which are collected outside Vancouver city limits or the Vancouver urban growth area. So what that justifiably does is kind of modified the language that we were going to bring forward, that Troy had already brought forward. Councilmember McCoy. That basically it insulates the small cities' taxes from being used towards operation and maintenance of the light rail. What it does do is it allows Vancouver city limits and Vancouver urban area growth boundary taxes to go towards that. And so with that language, which we agreed upon, I thought it was close enough to the, I guess it would be the intentions that we were trying to put across, that, and I don't want to skip too far ahead, but after the Board of Directors meeting, we reconvened and we did pass a clean 432. This was, in my opinion, very, very important, as our legal representation and city staff could probably speak to, based on the current WashDOT lawsuit that was pending towards all the cities involved. And so that should suffice, that lawsuit. The judge had already put out that if we did reach a 432, he was going to be okay with that. And so, and now let me rewind a little bit, go back to the Board of Directors meeting, because there were some other things that came up that I wanted to touch on. And then I'll open it up. If you guys have any questions, I'll try my best to answer them. But we also had a strategic priorities 2025 progress update, where Chief Executive Officer Leanne Caver it kind of explained and ran down where we were at the Q3 of 25. So giving us a final update for 25 and closing. ADA accessible stops are at 66%. So 66% of the stops that C-Tran has is ADA accessible. They did fall short of that goal of 70%, but we definitely saw, I guess, some great movement in that direction. And they are making a concerted effort to continue to get those ADA stops set up and accessible. And then they were projected to finish 4.6% under budget for 2025, which I thought was pretty impressive based on the size of the budget that they operate in, the many, many moving parts. Local ridership was up 1.8%. over the goal of 5%. So local ridership was up 6.8% total for their goals in Q3. And that included all ridership across the Express, Regional, Vine, Current, all their modes. But I thought it was interesting that the Express, the Regional, and the Vine collectively were down, but they are trying to make a concerted effort to move towards more of the large modes of travel, I guess would be say, and the Current has been utilized much more. The C-Van ridership goal was to lower that 3.9%, but that was still at 7.8%. And their goal was to lower the C-Van ridership by adding more ADA stops to make it more accessible to just ride the standard bus versus having to utilize the C-Van. And I did want to point out something that I know Councilmember McCoy has pointed out, but I want to reiterate that with the Current coming to Battleground, there is a youth service pass for students to utilize and ride the Current for free. And I think that is a pretty neat thing, especially for kids that might not be able to afford to get around. It's a completely free service to the youth. So, and then a couple executive sessions happened, and we move on to, we did our review of the CEO. And that was what we did in exec, and we came out and did a 2.5% increase of Leanne's pay. That brought her up to $258,000 a year. And this is, again, you can find all this on the record, or in the minutes. But I thought all in all that Leanne has done a very good job in her first couple of years there at C-Tran. And I believe that she'll only continue to grow and increase ridership. And, we're not sure what the future holds for operation and maintenance of light rail and the budget going forward. But what I can tell you is I felt pretty good to protect the tax dollars that are coming from Battleground to not go towards that. So I'll open that up. Any questions real quick before I move on? Anybody?
Yeah, I got a
Yeah.
quick question. Yeah. Well, question and a comment. A comment first, and then I don't know who to direct it to, but I was looking at when I was on the board of our number of covered stops in the city. And if they're trying to increase ridership, I think that'd go a long ways towards and be cheaper than ADA. And our percentage of covered stops is lower than the C-Tran average. So I would direct that either to, I don't know if it's going to be Ridgefield next meeting or if we still have a seat next meeting, but whoever that goes to, I'd be happy to share those numbers.
No, I like that, Troy. That's a great idea. And just to follow up on that, there will be an interlocal coming forward for Battleground, Ridgefield, and the center, and Yacold, I believe. are the
We should
fourth.
wrap RTC into that interlocal too.
What's that?
We should wrap RTC representation into that interlocal as well.
I have a question. Do
Go
you,
ahead.
we happen to have, sorry, we happen to have current data on battleground specific ridership?
You know, they did not have the current data available at that meeting. It was asked by a couple of the cities of very specific data, but they said that is available upon request. So I can make that request to get the numbers of Battleground ridership for the bus as well as for the current.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right, we have Councilmember Munson.
I'd like to recognize what Councilmember McCoy said about having covered stops. I agree. I think it's very important for the climate we live in. But I would say also say in 2016, 2017, Councilmember Bowman, correct me if I'm wrong, when they took out all of our covered stops, they put them into a storage yard and offered to sell them back to us at almost full rate. Part of their heartburn that they told us at the time was the cost of maintenance and cleaning them to come out here for the very few that we had. So I would like to see some pressure put on them, but I would also say that with that, I mean, they have them in Vancouver and they have zero problem because they have a lot of density there, but I agree, we should have them here, but I think we need to put the pressure on them that they can't look at us outliers as cost prohibitive. So again, if Councilmember Bowman wants to chime in on that, I think he and Councilmember Johnson at the time and I were all pretty vocal about them removing that from the city.
I do think you were correct on that, Mr. Munson, if I remember right, that it was something along the lines of maintenance on those. And they didn't want to do it. I know Mr. Johnson was pushing that pretty hard.
Sounds like I need to bring that back. Ask about it again. Or depending if I'm still the representative, I guess, we'll see. Or send it to our representative. Any further questions about C-Tran while we're on the topic? All right, hearing none, we will move on. That's all I have for mayor report. We're gonna move on to presentations. Chief Flynn, we have a new employee introduction.
Well, good evening. It's a wonderful day that we have today to be able to share our newest member, Brandon DeGraw. As you can see, Brandon brought a small tribe with him over here that I'll introduce here in a few minutes, but I'm really happy because it's the culture that is continuing to grow at the police department. We've got our command staff, half of them showed up, some day shift officers, and of course the night shift officers, all to be able to see Brandon being sworn in. Brandon grew up in Phoenix area, came out to Battleground about 10 years ago, and then went into a life of service. He spent 10 years with the U.S. Navy, left the U.S. Navy and attended the academy. He was working for Vancouver Police Department, spent 3 years there. at the 2-year mark, he worked so hard that they selected him to be the neighborhood services officer. So that's something that's actually selected. The U.S. government offered a nice job to him as an investigator, and one that I guess was too much to turn down. And so he left policing and spent the last 6 years working for the United States Department of Commerce. I put these on, I can probably read this. And then realized, you know what? His calling was truly in policing. I came back here and tested. And before I tell you a little bit more about that, he is married to his beautiful bride, Jessica, that's sitting over there. And he has 2 daughters, Emma, who's 6 years old, and Olivia, who is 3 years old. He has his bachelor's degree in business administration, and he is 90% through with his master's at WSU. So he brings over a tremendous amount of experience, already academy certified, the policing experience he gained in Vancouver, the investigative work that he did with the U.S. Department of Commerce. And he enjoys fitness. As you can tell, he's a small man standing next to me. He enjoys spending time with his family, being a super dad. And I had a chance to meet both of his daughters, and they absolutely affirm that. And a fun fact about him is he met his wife, Jessica, while they were both in military service in Japan. So Jessica spent 7 years with the U.S. Navy, opposed to Brandon's 10. But his background is so good that typically the CJTC sets a time limit on what they will allow somebody to come over and being recognized for their service. And although I argued that basically he was just wearing a different badge. And when we told them of everything that he had to offer, the entire board, one abstained because they knew him, but they unanimously said, we absolutely want to put him into the lateral basic academy. So he's already started his field training. He's already out there servicing our citizens, already making car stops and proving already what we knew of why we wanted to make sure that we grabbed him as soon as possible. So, Brandon?
Thanks, Chief. Thanks, everybody. Move it up quite a bit. Thanks, everybody, for coming out. I'd like to thank the city and the department for this opportunity. It really means a lot to me. I'd like to thank my family and my wife, most importantly. She can finally stop listening to me yammer on about wanting to get back into law enforcement after the last 5 years. So it's good to be back. I'm as motivated and excited now as I was when I first came into this profession. I believe it's truly what I was meant to do. So thank you.
Now, Officer DeGraw, do you want to come up, be welcomed by council? Yeah, and then I was going to say we could clear out and let him do his oath. Yeah. I just want to shake your hand, sir. You can through your appreciate it.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name,
Brandon DeGraw,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support,
that I will support,
obey,
obey,
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States of America
and laws of the United States of America
and of the state of Washington.
and of the state of Washington.
I will abide by
I will abide by
the law enforcement code of ethics
the law enforcement code of ethics
and will diligently and impartially
and will diligently and impartially
perform all duties of police officer
perform all duties of police officer
for the city of Battleground,
for the city of Battleground,
county of Clark,
county of Clark,
state of Washington,
state of Washington,
as such duties
as such duties
are prescribed by law.
prescribed by law. Thank you.
All right. Moving on, we have a Council for the Homeless presentation. I'd like to introduce Sunny Wonder and Cecily Finney Jones.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you so much for having us today. I just wanted, Sunny, I'm going to give you a chance to introduce yourself, I promise. I just wanted to say thank you and make sure you understand that we are a resource to you. Anytime there's any concerns, issue, education that's needed around housing and homelessness, we will show up to Battleground to support. So thank you for having us.
And hello, my name is Sunny Wonder. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Council for the Homeless. And I am going to jump in. Cecily is going to run the slides for me and will add in anything that I miss as we go through it. So we had a request for a presentation from Council for the Homeless, and we are bringing essentially a system overview. We want to talk about just kind of what is the system of our homeless crisis response system and what is Council for the Homeless's role. And we'll go a little bit into some of the details and then are happy to answer questions. So far, the slides are.
Which push to the right? I promise you, I'm pressing to the right. Okay. Technology. It's not advancing.
Rob, have you tried resetting it and starting it again?
Small intermission, it's okay.
This is very tiny. So we are going to walk through the continuum of care, or otherwise known as the COC. As with any system, homeless response systems has lots of acronyms. So we'll give you a little bit about what that means when you hear that term. We're going to talk about Council for the Homeless, our role, and a few pieces that will specifically talk about coordinated entry, HMIS, which stands for the Homeless Management Information System, as well as work groups that Council for the Homeless is responsible for either facilitating or ensuring that they are happening to work on addressing homelessness within our communities. And then provide a brief, broad system overview, looking at some of the numbers that we collect at Council for the Homeless. Next slide. So the continuum of care, essentially this is a regional or local planning body that coordinates housing and services funding for the homeless, for folks that are experiencing homelessness. So for families as well as individuals. A few pieces that we're responsible for are going to be either an annual or biannual count of people experiencing homelessness. For Clark County, it operates all of Clark County is our area of kind of that jurisdiction that we're operating under. A point in time count is conducted. It is required by HUD every other year. In the state of Washington, it historically has been every year. So every year we're responsible for going out on one day, typically the last Thursday in January, going through the entire community of Clark County and doing a count of everyone experiencing homelessness. We are also, that also includes coordinated, the coordination of efforts, including local homeless action plan, which Clark County just adopted a 5-year local homeless action plan that is responsible for kind of setting the agenda or the plan for the next 5 years, which was an effort made up by local jurisdictions, homeless response providers, and developed that 5-year plan. And that 5-year plan is on Clark County's website, as well as I believe it is posted on Council for the Homeless's website.
In addition, I think Councilmember Fair was part of us going over that plan in ECHO. And so if you ever have any questions about that plan, because again, it's a 5-year plan and it is for the entire county, not just for the city of Vancouver, which often it gets confused with.
So in addition to the local homeless action plan, there is also a need for one entity to lead that coordinated lead coordinated entry agency, as well as an HMIS agency. Again, HMIS is the Homeless Management Information System, and how we would provide information if you are asking questions about what are the number of people experiencing homelessness in Battleground. That information is information that is in large part, that information is collected in HMIS.
I like to think of Council for the Homeless as the back of the house for anyone who's ever worked in a restaurant before. So if you think of the front of the house as the service providers, so those that are doing housing and shelter, so they're more upfront and seen. We're in the back of the house making sure that things are coordinated, making sure that, you know, information is out there, informing folks of the gaps that we're seeing within the system, all of those things.
Next slide. Okay, so just to summarize, so Council for the Homeless is that lead agency and is responsible for coordinated entry. And really the purpose of that is from kind of a recognition that prior to coordinated entry, folks were, if there were 20 shelters, then an individual person was going to go to 20 different shelters to see if they qualified for services, if there were opening for services. If there were requirements like background checks, that individual agency had to go through and do that background check. The purpose of coordinated entry is to say one individual person goes to one spot and then we refer to those 20 shelters. So we're able to assess if there are openings that are available, if the person meets the qualifications, and if there's background check or any paperwork that has to be completed in advance, that information is completed by Council for the Homeless prior to that referral. We also are responsible for completing assessment. So any housing programs, our responsibility is to have an assessment tool that is utilized for everyone, where we're capturing and understanding what someone is needing. If someone is needing short-term, they just fell on hard times, they're needing just assistance in getting back into a place, what their needs are, us referring them to a long-term program would not be what we want to do. We want to preserve resources and make sure that we're using the limited funding that we have as effectively as possible. So again, utilizing tools as well as data to make sure that we're connecting people to the resources that make the most sense for them and are going to meet their needs. So we want long-term stability. So making sure, again, that they're truly getting the resources that they need, but not putting them in programs that aren't going to be the length of time that they need. And then that would also tie into referrals and eligibility to programs. So going through that process, working with agencies when they have referrals, openings, we're going through that process of, okay, here are all the folks that we know qualify. We're going to go through that process to refer them over. And then as noted, for folks who are not needing such a high level of care, we have diversion as well as resource navigation is meant to be lightest touch. So there are people who, again, having a significant amount for a security deposit or something like that, sometimes we've seen a pretty significant increase with those pieces. If that is a barrier, we want to be able to help divert them from that larger homeless response system because they don't need that longer term support. So that is diversion and system navigation in a homeless response system.
Just to add, diversion also helps those folks who have an income, are able to continue to pay their rent, their utilities, but sometimes it's just that one thing, that one issue that occurred in their life. It could have been a death, it could have been an illness, anything could have happened, but they can get back on their feet if they just had a little bit more assistance. So diversion is diverting them away from the homeless response system.
And then finally, access points. So a part of coordinated entry is it's very important that there are multiple access points. If you talk to some people, they're going to be comfortable calling a hotline, and some people are not. There's most definitely a generational divide there, but also some people don't have phones. So it's really important that we are accessible and going out to where people are located. So we do have our hotline that folks are able to call to seek resources, that system navigation, getting connected to other resources in the community. But we also have coordinated outreach. Coordinated outreach is really important. Recently had some severe weather with flooding, and that coordination is incredibly crucial with all of the teams doing targeted outreach to areas that are most in danger of urban flooding. So those are the sorts of examples of going out and connecting with people who aren't able to access either coming in person or able to call a hotline. We also have some co-located positions. Many systems, one of the challenges is that systems often, for very understandable reasons, privacy concerns, healthcare systems, for example, can't share information about the folks that they're working with, potentially violating HIPAA. So one way around that has been really effective for us is having co-located positions. So that means that we have, for example, a position at the Clark County Jail where we're going in to work with folks who have identified that they're experiencing homelessness and expecting to experience homelessness when they exit. We have folks that are engaging in multiple systems, and we want to make sure that we're being there and present in those locations. We also have a position that is co-located in our local YWCA, which is important that domestic violence is a significant concern for folks experiencing homelessness, and is really important that they have a location that is safe for them to be able to access those services. So we do have a position that goes there multiple times a week to meet with folks.
One of the access points that we're working towards is hopefully helping out our youth. I mean, also folks who just don't want to have contact. Having a chat feature on our website is something that we've been looking into. We know that our youth much rather text or just have conversations, with their thumbs rather than actually talking to someone. And that's not even the only case for youth, but there are some, folks that have experienced extreme trauma who just do not want to have a conversation. So we want to have as many access points to the homeless response system as we possibly can. Next slide.
And getting to the homeless management information system. So this is really if you go to the Council for the Homeless website and you look at our system dashboards, you can see information about data about homelessness in Clark County. And it really is driven by our homeless management information system. It provides an overview of homelessness across Clark County. It is really meant to help us reduce services, duplication of services. So if I am working with someone and I check in HMIS and I see that someone else is working with them, it's an opportunity for us to connect, to talk about the services that are being provided. Hey, this person, it looks like they're in shelter with you. Can you help me understand, did something happen? Is it, what are the services that are being provided? So we're collaborating as opposed to duplicating services, which obviously would cost the system more money, but also means this person is not being supported and they need to be supported. So it really is a big piece of it is being able to pick up a phone or send an email to connect with someone on, hey, what do you have going on? What are the services that you're providing so that we can be strategic about how we're supporting this individual? It also is a way for us to increase understanding of system gaps as well as successes. So seeing where our system is, where things are going well, where we have strengths, as well as areas where we're identifying gaps. One of the big pieces that we utilize and kind of circle back to on a regular basis is our annual system numbers report, which is something that in the next couple of months we will be releasing. But it is a review of the previous year. So the next one that we will be releasing is a review of 2025 and is an opportunity to look at what are the trends that we're seeing. Is homelessness increasing? Are there subpopulations that are increasing? One area of concern that I think across the United States we've been following very closely and in our community as well is senior homelessness. So recognizing that we're seeing more seniors that are just getting stretched thinner and thinner with limited funds. So those are trends that the annual system numbers report can be helpful. It's not the whole story, but it is something that can be really helpful to understand what is going on in smaller jurisdictions, but across our county. What are the trends that we're seeing?
The information that we collect in HMIS, the information that we collect in HMIS is also given to HUD. That also gives us a larger picture of what's going on across the country. So when you hear things like family homelessness decreased by 4%, veteran homelessness increased by 10%, that is all information that was collected throughout the country through HMIS systems throughout. Next slide, please.
And then I think this is the last one, but just work groups. So for a homeless response system, it's really important that folks are working together. I mentioned the coordinated outreach work group, a coordinated outreach. They have a work group where they're able to connect and talk about, strategize about, for example, as I mentioned before, we had a severe weather. We had significant rain, which was causing potential for urban flooding and more likely to impact folks that are camping in different locations. That's of concern. Coordinated outreach work group is a space for them to be able to strategize and ensure that we're able to prioritize folks' safety during those events. There are several others. There's a severe weather task force, which is kind of when are we going to respond to severe weather events? Talking about setting criteria, policies, and procedures, those sorts of things. So many different work groups that we're responsible for. As noted, there's the coordinated outreach, coordinated assessment, which is our assessment process. If someone is being assessed for a housing program, we have a work group, Council for the Homeless, while we're facilitating it. We are not the end all be all on making decisions on what that looks like. It's meant to be a collaborative process. And then a by name list meeting. This is from the perspective of we have different populations that have different needs. We've mentioned youth who perhaps would have different barriers and experiences of homelessness than a veteran. Doesn't mean that there's not going to be crossover, but a veteran or a senior or a family they're just going to have different barriers. So the purpose and idea of a by name list is having a list that is active and live, that is like actively moving, that we're sitting down and having a conversation about, hey, what's going on with this veteran? These are the barriers, who's able to take lead on this to be able to get them connected with resources. So that is a purpose that we're being able to connect in these work groups to ensure that our system is, as we're identifying gaps, so that we're strategizing and coming up with solutions. Anything you want to add?
No.
Okay, next slide. And briefly, I'm sorry that these are so small, and I don't know that I will be able to see them to explain them, but I think that it's really important. So we've talked about the data that we're collecting, this is an example of that. So these are trends for 2024 and 2023. One of the really important pieces when you look at that information is going to be in 2023, we had pretty significant federal funding that was being released into our communities for rental assistance. So 2023, the data is going to look different. We didn't see a significant increase in homelessness in 2024. But I just want to note that. So for any information that comes out in 2025, we'll see if the trends, like the impact from not having that rental assistance available from the federal level, what impact that has on our community as we've seen housing costs increase. This information, again, is really important for us to be able to year over year kind of understand where potential populations, where there are areas, gaps that we're seeing, as well as areas of concern. The number of seniors, for example, is not as significant as other populations, but it is most definitely concerning because we're seeing some pretty significant increases within that population. So it's an area that we're pretty focused on, making sure that we're providing services to folks who are truly on fixed incomes and not able to increase their income significantly. So those are areas, again, that we're paying really close attention to. And next slide. Any questions?
Can you go back a slide? I don't understand the axis on that graph at all. What are we looking at in these graphs?
So I can't see it.
There's just numbers. Are those
so-
age ranges supposed to be at the bottom? It looks like you put the 23 numbers at the bottom.
Yeah, so what it says, so there's percentages on the bottom portion are noted for the previous year. So we're sharing the changes between the two.
What does each bar line represent? Is that an age group?
Yeah, so the way that it is, I don't remember I'm having a hard time seeing
Both
that.
of us are having a hard time seeing.
There isn't a legend for the color graph.
Yeah, so with the information, the pieces that I wanted to share are the shifts in that. So the colors do represent different populations. I'm happy to follow up with that information. It's also posted on our website. The piece that I wanted to communicate there is that you are able to see the changes between the 2 years. So when you're looking at our annual system numbers report, you'll be able to track that information within the report year to year. With that, I did, so as I recall, on the bottom portion, it says assessed for a housing program. And that's a really important piece because we're talking about the number of people that were assessed saying, hey, I need to go through this process. I am experiencing homelessness at any point in 2024 are the top percentages. So that is the number of people that were assessed for a program. And then one of them talks about the number of folks that were placed into a program.
And it could be the number of people who requested shelter and the number of people who actually went into shelter. Again, this is kind of old data, 23, 24. Our new data will be out in a couple of months. And we'd love a chance to come back and talk through that particular data. All of this information, our entire systems number report for 2024 is on our website. So 2025 will be on our website in the next couple of months.
And I'll just clarify, usually when you see these colors on their website, usually their demographics, like not just age, but race and, are they like BIPOC or Asian or Native American?
I don't think we actually break it out into those kind of categories. We do break out BIPOC because what we see is people experiencing homelessness that are BIPOC experience it at a higher rate than our counterparts. So we're always looking at that and trying to figure out what is the issue, why is that so significant, and talking to our community providers, community leaders about how do we kind of put money, resources into that particular population.
Okay. Well, we're on to the questions portion. Does anyone have any additional questions? Just chime in on the board if you want to speak. I have a few questions. First of all, thank you, ladies. Sunny and Sesame, I know just from personal experience, working with some of the houseless population, that you guys do a tremendous amount of work, and your team, right, does a tremendous amount of work. And I know that when we come across somebody who is lacking services, you guys are the first people that we send them to, just to get plugged in, get the information in there, right, get the data, but also be able to assess what their needs are and do some triage, but also long-term care. I have a couple questions. So here recently, ECHO has recommended that we do a system gap analysis. And I was kind of under the impression that that had to do with trying to identify gaps in the system, but also duplicative services. And I know that you guys have done some of your own analysis on that. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on your guys' analysis from Council for the Homeless versus what we might find when the county does it through ECHO, if you have any input on that.
So it's our understanding that what ECHO wants to do is do a more comprehensive assessment of gaps. Homelessness is a symptom, right, of a lot of different things that are breaking down through systemically. It could be in housing, it could be in our healthcare system, it could be in our childcare system, but what we do is specific to homelessness and housing, right? So they want to go deeper and find out where, what are the number of people that are impacted that aren't able to maybe access childcare. And so they've lost their jobs and thus they are now homeless. So doing a bigger, more comprehensive study of the gaps, that is not what we do. Our homeless action plan, or the local housing and homeless plan, goes into having a plan for the future that was kind of talked about with community leaders and folks that have experienced homelessness about, what are the needs and how can we, create a plan to look at those needs and address them in the future. But we're not going into like very specific areas. And I think that's what ECHO wants to do.
Thank you. Last question. You had mentioned the impact on rent assistance coming from funding. And I know you guys don't have 2025 data, but you probably are, as far as boots on the ground, you probably have a feel for some of that. How do you feel initially, or your, rough estimate or initial thoughts on what you guys are seeing now that we've already wrapped up 25? And I know you guys are waiting on the data, but have you seen, like, I was looking at that graph and I noticed that you guys were able to assess much more of the population based on the numbers of 2024 from 2023. But the amount of people that were able to get into the housing of those 52 programs wasn't, increasing as much as the actual assessment ability was. So is that largely due to the gap in funding for that?
So I think that there are a couple of pieces that I would want to make sure that we're separating out. One piece is that the experience of slipping into homelessness isn't necessarily as clear cut as, hey, I'm behind on my rent, I'm not going to be able to make it, and then tomorrow I'm experiencing homelessness. It often is depending on other support systems. So perhaps going and staying with an aunt, so it depends on you having a support system that can provide that, right? So it's really important to note that. So there's not, with the federal rental assistance funding, provided a really important safety net, because everybody's safety net was struggling. Like, that was the reality when kind of our economy stalled during COVID during that period of time. So that was a really important piece, but it's not necessarily a direct connection on all of those people are now experiencing homelessness. Every single year our system has done, we have really taken to heart on we need to connect with as many folks as possible. We're pretty consistently assessing because it's really important you assess as many people as possible so you can understand what their needs are so that you can prioritize the folks that are vulnerable so that you can connect them to appropriate services. So you'll often see that, and that is homeless response systems often have that of here is the need, we're connecting with this many people, and then here is the amount of funding that is available. And so we're having to juggle that of figuring out how do we connect people. When we talk about the cost of things, what I have seen prior to, so let's say 2019, I could get someone moved in for $2,000 or $3,000. Fully moved in, everything covered. That is not a reality today. So there is a cost increase that we've seen of perhaps it's $6,000 or in that. So that is going to impact households much more significantly. So that isn't to dodge the question. It is instead to say, I don't know, like we are in the business of not making any kind of like gut jumping to conclusions on it because we're really trying to be guided by the data, making sure to connect it. And I have seen a really significant increase in the costs that we're supporting folks, which means our system, the money doesn't go as far if we have 10 people and the costs have increased by $2,000. That's going to impact the number of people we can assist.
I'll add that Sunny talked about the amount of rent. Now, I want to say this and be clear, like the amount of rent in Clark County is astronomical and it is increasing year after year. And that is a hardship that families and individuals are having to deal with every single day. More importantly, and then us having just a small amount of resources throughout Clark County, the more important piece is that there's not enough affordable housing to meet the need. And so if we had more affordable housing, we'd be able to, help more people and kind of keep them from experiencing homelessness. But our need is this big, and the amount of affordable housing is about this big. And so we're constantly talking to developers and like the Vancouver Housing Authority about increasing, units. But again, they could start building today and that building isn't ready for 3 years. And so in the meantime, in the in-between time, the amount of homelessness is increasing. And by the time we get to that building and fill that building, we need another 25 buildings to help us. So, I want to make sure that you all know that we always say the answer to homelessness is housing, and affordable housing, and is the most important piece.
All right. Well, thank you, Cecily. Thank you, Sunny. We appreciate you guys coming out and presenting that to us, and you guys
Thank you for having me.
continue the good work that you know.
All right.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right. We will transition on to citizen communication. I will now open the meeting for citizen communication. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes to provide comment. The total time for public comments shall not exceed 30 minutes unless extended by the mayor. This is an opportunity to hear from from members of the public in a limited public forum, not an opportunity for extended comments or dialogue. Please refrain from derogatory remarks, personal attacks, campaign speeches, and applause. Although the city council desires to allow public comment, the city's business must proceed in an orderly, timely manner. If your comments pertain to any item listed on the agenda as a public hearing, please reserve your testimony for the designated public hearing period. All comments should be directed to the mayor. The council may not be able to respond to individual comments and may refer citizens to a staff member for assistance. The city manager has placed her cards at the podium. Please feel free to take one if you would like to contact her with any questions that you may have. If you have handouts, please hand them to the city clerk directly to the right of the podium, or Kelly. Thank you for understanding and participating in the city council meeting this evening. Kelly, are there any members of the public on Zoom who wish to provide comment tonight?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. So we will go to people here. First one up, Simon.
Hello, I'm a Battleground resident, someone you were elected to represent. And in this moment, you are failing to represent your whole community. I requested a proclamation recognizing Transgender Day of Visibility, and it was denied. Trans Day of Visibility exists because being pushed aside is dangerous. When people are ignored and dehumanized, it can become deadly. What makes this denial especially confusing is that because of violence and chronic unequal treatment, trans people are a legally protected class under Washington law, state laws this council has sworn to uphold. And yet this is the proclamation that was denied while others are recognized without question. Trans people are already one of the smallest communities in our society, yet one of the most targeted. From being harassed and turned away from housing to being denied care and even killed. All in a climate where lies and fears spread about them are continually being spread. And that's not hypothetical. Right now in Kansas, state officials are attempting to revoke IDs of every person who has legally updated their gender marker. People who followed the law and completed the official process could suddenly find their valid IDs null and void. Imagine what that means in practice. Not being able to drive to work, to the store, or to pick up your kids. And being forced into situations that expose you to harassment or danger in everyday life. When leaders choose to ignore trans people, push them aside, or refuse to even acknowledge my existence and struggles, it makes it easier for others to lie about us. It makes it easier to treat us less than human. Trans people are just people, our neighbors, our coworkers, members of our community. Let me leave you with my final thoughts. Imagine standing in front of a group of people in power while you are terrified, knowing they are questioning who you are and what kind of person you are. Imagine how, based on their actions or inactions, you can only assume that they would rather you disappear or something worse. How long could you keep standing up? How long could you carry the responsibility of speaking for an entire community, especially for those who are too afraid to speak at all? Would you be able to do it even once? And how unfair is it that I have to?
Thank you, Simon. Next up, Jessica Cole.
Hello, Council. I'm Jessica Cole. I want to thank Councilors Jeannie Kuipers and Troy McCoy for attending the school district's levy presentation and listening sessions. It's encouraging to see council members engaging with and supporting our schools. Strong public schools are essential for a healthy community and help attract residents and businesses. I'm especially concerned about how cuts might impact the Family and Community Resource Center and its support for students experiencing homelessness. So I super appreciate the Council for the Homeless's presentation tonight. Second, I want to mention proclamations. At the last meeting, I heard the proclamation recognizing Women's History Month. I did not expect it to affect me much, but hearing a group that I am part of recognized by the city was surprisingly meaningful. It created a sense of belonging and community that I hadn't anticipated. Because of that experience, it's especially disheartening that the mayor will not issue a proclamation for Transgender Day of Visibility. The mayor has recently recognized several groups and observations through proclamations, including Black History Month, Women's History Month, School Resource Officer Appreciation Day, and the American Red Cross. Transgender people are also members of this community, our neighbors, co-workers, family members, and residents. Visibility is not about politics. It's about acknowledging that members of our community exist and that they belong here. Moments of recognition, like proclamations, may seem small, but they can mean a lot to people being acknowledged. Government exists to serve and represent all members of the community. I hope the city will reflect on what message it sends when some members of our community are recognized and others are not. Every resident deserves to know they are part of the community their city serves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica. All right, that's all we have for public comment tonight. Unless we have anybody else to put a slip in the box. I don't think we do. Nope, okay. Moving on to the consent agenda. Does any council member believe any item needs to be withdrawn from the consent agenda tonight?
I'll move to the, approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Ferrer, second by Councilmember Kuipers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. All right, down to public hearings. Kelly, was any testimony submitted for the public hearing that has not yet been provided to the council? If so, could you read the testimony in the open public meeting?
No, there was not, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Kelly. All right, we are going to go to resolution 26-02. I want to introduce Finance and Information Technologies Director, Megan Lowry.
Good evening, council. Before you, you have resolution 26-02, which surpluses public utility equipment, specifically our Vector truck that was purchased back in 2007, and we had replaced it in 2025. According to state law, anything valued over $50,000 that's purchased with public utility funds has to be presented through a public hearing and surplus that way before we can go to auction and sell the equipment. And so with that, we recommend opening the public hearing.
All right, I will now open the public hearing at 8:13 p.m. For public testimony, individuals are limited to 3 minutes to provide comment on the surplus of utility equipment, resolution 26-02. All comments should be directed to the mayor. Are there any members of the public on Zoom who wish to provide testimony, Kelly?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to provide testimony tonight? Hearing none, I will now close the public hearing at 8:14 p.m. And I would seek a motion to approve resolution 2602.
Okay. I'll move to approve resolution 26-02 for the surplus utility equipment.
Second.
Ooh.
Go for it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Ferrer, second by Deputy Mayor Vale. Call for discussion. Anyone want to ring in on this? Okay, Councilmember Munson, first up.
Thank you, Mayor. Following documents were reviewed by legal and approved as to form resolution 2602. Was there any feedback from the legal team about this? Any concerns that they had?
No.
So I see they're on here tonight and they stand behind that we're going to be okay with selling this at fair market value.
Yes, Councilmember Munson.
All right, thank you.
All right, any further discussion? All right. I do have a question. Megan, how much did we purchase that back truck for?
I believe it was 235,000 back in '07.
It's a steal. I wish we could get those
Compared to
prices.
today, the one we purchased in '25 was 635,000. So yes, they are very expensive. I will say too, Councilmember Kuiper has had a great question earlier today. She asked, where do the funds go when we receive them? And they go back to the fund in which it was purchased, and that's a legal requirement. So because sewer owns it, that's the sewer utility equipment. Legally, it has to go back to sewer.
Very good. All right, seeing no additional comment, I will call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. We're gonna get our 20 grand for that back truck. All right. Kelly, were there any communications submitted regarding business items that have not been provided to the council?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We're going to move on. Fourth quarter 2025 financial overview. Megan, take it away.
Perfect. Well, another year is done. That is very exciting. We have been working very diligently in getting our annual comprehensive financial report. It is a bear of a report that we put together for our auditors, as well as our constituents. But before we get into the details of the numbers, I just kind of want to go high level. So we have 22 various funds, and they're broken up into governmental funds and proprietary funds. So you can generally think of governmental funds, those are tax supported, whereas your proprietary funds are rate supported. So your proprietary funds function more as a business, just like you would see like a balance sheet and an income statement if you were a for-profit business. However, we're not for profit, but ultimately, when you're looking at those, that's more similar to what you will see. I won't go through the various funds unless anybody has any questions about any of the specific funds before I move on. So our governmental funds, we report on a modified accrual basis. What that means is that while it's not a full basis of accrual, it's kind of like cash, but modified a little bit. So we recognize some liabilities. We definitely book our expenses when they're incurred, as well as our revenues are recognized when they're earned. However, there is a shorter time frame. So anything collected within 60 days, we report as revenue. Anything beyond that, other than grants, is put in as deferred inflows. And it has to do with the measurement. Governmental Accounting Standards Board sets those standards. And then we take that and do a government-wide and put it at the same basis of accounting as our proprietary funds, which is full accrual. Revenues are recognized when they're earned, expenses when they're incurred, assets and liabilities are all reported on all the statements. And then, like I said, it's similar to private industry financial statements. Our state auditor's office comes in on an annual basis and audits our financial statements. Along with a financial statement audit, they also do what they call an accountability audit. An accountability audit, they come in and go a little bit deeper than just your financials. As part of the financial statements, they also look at internal controls. Are your internal controls sufficient to prevent misappropriation, misclassification, and proper reporting? And then accountability takes it one step further. They look for example, like dual opening of the mail. That's something they frequently recommend. It's not something it's cost prohibitive for us to do those sorts of things. So we definitely do a cost benefit analysis when they notice things like that. But looking at our controls a little bit deeper, making sure that we have things in place to prevent misappropriation and to follow compliance with laws and regulations, as well as our contracts. And then in addition to that, they do what is called a federal single audit. So when you have federal funds, you have to have a federal single audit. If you expend more than that, this threshold has recently raised for 2025 from 750,000 to $1 million, which is fantastic. So getting a little bit bigger so we don't have to have those audits as frequently. Because we have the American Rescue Plan Act funds still, we are going to have what's called an attestation audit. And it's a little bit smaller of a single audit because they don't have to come in and do a full program audit. They just look at our costs to make sure we're in compliance with allowable costs. So we should see some cost savings in our audit because they don't have to do a full-blown single audit. That audit is slated to begin April 20th. And as I said before, the annual comprehensive financial report is a very large undertaking. Only 6.6% of all Washington jurisdictions actually prepare one. And that's so about 54 out of 823 jurisdictions. So we go above and beyond trying to be the most transparent with our constituents. For us, we have to do the work regardless. So it's just a couple extra steps to make sure we're extra clean and extra perfect in our statements. So that's ultimately why we do it. Are there any questions about that before I move on? Okay. So now the fun stuff. So looking at our general fund tax revenue, these taxes support 13 departments. There was definitely a shift that took place in 2020. A lot of jurisdictions experienced something different than us. Here in Battleground, we actually saw an uptick in sales tax, whereas some other jurisdictions saw a decline. So some spending behaviors changed. Folks started shopping locally, supporting their local businesses. People started having things delivered. And because we're destination-based, we reap the benefits of that. So this used to be it was divided almost equally, 3, 3, and 3, whereas now it's almost 50% sales tax, a quarter property tax, and another quarter utility tax. So it's interesting to watch those shifts. Every different jurisdiction is a little bit different. But I just thought it was interesting with COVID. We were one of the ones, I wouldn't say we benefited from COVID, but we definitely saw positive impacts with COVID.
What's interesting is seeing the property tax go above the utility tax.
Yes, so that has a lot to do with our growth, which we'll get to in a little bit. The new construction that comes in that adds to that base levy, because that does just say, as you've almost all experienced my presentation, we have the base levy and it can only increase by 1% each year, which is only about $30,000. But when you have that new construction, that can add up to $200,000 depending upon the value of that new construction coming in. So that definitely has upticked with the growth that's happened in the city. So sales tax, general sales tax, we collected 5.9 million in 2025 compared to 5.6 in 24. It's a 5.9% increase. However, I will say that last year we experienced a 3.9% decrease. So this is really only a 2% increase over our highest year ever collected. So, numbers are kind of special that way. You have to look at it as more than just year-to-year comparison. We have to look at historics and more of a 5-10 year to get an idea of what the economy is doing. I wish I had a crystal ball. We try to estimate, but we do our best with the information that we have available to us at the time. Our public sales tax was $383,000 compared to $367,000 in 24, which is a 4.1% increase. And then our criminal justice sales tax, $516,000 compared to $498,000. I will say these are both county-wide taxes, which is why those increases are different and the formulas for each of them are different in what we get. They're both per capita based. The Department of Revenue takes that and there's some differing calculations that happen with both of those. So transportation benefit district tax, that was $696,000 compared to $657,000 in 24. So that increase matches our general sales tax and because that's a local tax. And once we see April hit, we will also see the other 0.1% for public safety. So that public safety tax will increase with that. And again, this looks at the historics all the way back to 2018. We only collected 3.4 million, whereas today we're collecting 5.9. So we thought we would see a taper off at some point after COVID, but we have not. Looking at our overall sales tax revenue and what we send to the state and our other jurisdictions, we sent about 46 million to the state, 4.9 to CTRAN, 706,000 to the county for criminal justice, mental health, as well as our own TBD sales tax. So what that means is we had about $706 million worth of gross receipts taken in the city of Battle Ground, which is massive. And then the question always says, well, where is that coming from? What industries is this coming from? What does this mean? Are these stable industries? Are these industries that are consumer based? Or are these building based? So you can kind of see that here, looking at fourth quarter of 24 compared to fourth quarter of 25. You see there's been an uptick in retail trade, a pretty good chunk of increase in construction. We saw a little bit of a decrease in food services and lodging, public administration, and wholesale. And then some upticks in some other classifications that are too small to really list. There's, I believe, 45 different codes that are, 21 categories. So we only present the highest that we do. The thing I want to point out, though, is for construction, from 2016 to 2020, our average collections was about $613,000 a year. And now from 21 to 25, we've averaged about $1 million a year we collect from the construction trade or the construction building that's happening within the city. So that's something to keep an eye on, because that's not something that, depending upon how the economy grows, how we grow with folks, if there's the demand for housing or not, if that will continue to be as high as it is. So building definitely touches a lot of things, which leads us right into development activity. So looking at our single family new homes, we had 237 compared to 284 in 24. For multifamily new constructions, we had 2 compared to 0. And then our commercial for new, this does not include tenant improvements. This is just new commercial permits. 4, we actually had the same amount, 4 and 4. And then what does that mean monetarily? Like, what did we bring in? So permit revenue was about 1.2 million compared to 1.28 in 24. Our building plan checks, 852,000 compared to 902,000 in 24. Development review, 627,000 compared to 330. And then for our traffic impact fees, 1.4 million compared to 775,000. I will say, when we have developers who build a portion of our transportation plan, we do issue some credits as a portion to them. And so it's important to keep that in mind when we're looking at new developments, that we may or may not see all of the traffic impact fees that would normally be associated with it, because they're building a portion of that plan and we're issuing credits. So we issued $1.2 million in credits, and of those 1.2 million, 80,000 were used. For park impact fees, we collected 1.16 million compared to 1.2 in 2024. They were equal, but not quite equal. So wanted to give an extra digit there. And then so overall, we had a $5.3 million increase, which is 16.1 over 2024. So development activity is definitely strong in the city of Battle Ground, which I know you all know because you drive in the city. So what does that same development activity mean for proprietary funds? So that means connections. So for our water system, we had 144 new accounts, which brought us in 101,000, which is down a little bit from 24. For system development fees, we collected 4.1 compared to 4.4, which was an increase of 301 accounts. And again, we also issued some credits there. So we issued 123,000 in credits, and 254,000 credits were used. For our drainage system, we had 302 additional accounts added, so 114,000 compared to 130 in 24. So contributed capital is similar, but not. So contributed capital, when your developments go in, they input the roadways that go around the neighborhood, as well as the stormwater ponds and so forth. And so they then give it to the city, and it becomes a city asset. So we don't pay anything for it. It's just contributed capital. I have to book it on my financial statements as such, and then book the asset. So Governmental Accounting Standards Board, good old GAAP. So overall, that was 4.3 million in contributed capital. So they build it, we maintain it. So interest income continues to be record setting. We had 4 million across all of our funds compared to 4.2 in 2024. We are starting to see the interest rates drop slightly, but not as significant as you would have expected it a year ago. So average earnings across all the funds is 3.9%, which is just a slight decrease from 2024. So looking at our capital projects across our governmental funds, so that's your parks, your streets, your facilities. We had 5.3 million in total, which is about 39 different projects in various stages. So the largest ones was the $1.1 million Kiwanis Park improvements, $676,000 Southwest Eaton Boulevard. A lot of that was the right-of-way acquisitions. And then $546,000 for Southwest 20th Avenue Pathway, $523,000 for the Event Center, $264,000 for Southeast Grace, $329,000 for the park bathroom additions, and then for the capital portion of the senior center remodel, you're going to see we had to split that into capital and non-capital because of the project and what we were doing. We book some as assets and some as not. It depends upon the improvement and what it's doing for the building.
Question.
Yes.
Over $500,000 into 20th Avenue path, a bike path through wetland. And we're not done yet. Do you have any idea what the total cost will be on that project when it's completed? Mark, maybe?
Mark will know.
Mark knows.
My recollection is the bid price was 700 something, 700 and some change. I think a few $100,000 of that was design costs. So I'd be close to $1 million, I think, when all is said and done.
$1 million bike path. That's awesome. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions about any of these capital projects? Like I said, there's a lot more than this. This was as we were going through our asset accounting and reconciling and truing all of this up. There's a lot. There's more this year than we've ever had. It was a beast. Okay, looking at our proprietary funds, we had 8.6 million in capital expenditures, which is 14 different projects in various stages. Our largest ones being 3.5 million for the water reservoir, 3.1 million for 92nd Avenue pump station, and then 117,000 for the railroad ditch. Are there any questions about any of those? So looking at our street preservation, we were able to continue our funding of 1.2 million in 25, which was the same as 2024. And then our ADA ramps, we were a little bit higher this year, 478,000 compared to 400 in 2024. Are there any questions about the street preservation?
I have a quick question. I think this would probably be to Mark as well. I wanted to know if you remembered or if you could give me the information for each ADA ramp.
How much it costs?
Mhm.
Right now we're running about 10 per ramp.
Thank you.
I'll ask this. Yeah, how many are left to do? I was hoping to see the number go down.
Yeah, so you've heard my presentations, but anytime you do anything more than a seal, you have to fix all the ramps that don't meet it. We have an ADA transition plan that lists all of those. Off the top of my head, I can't remember how many are in there. We are making good progress on them, but there are still a lot to do.
Okay, so some good news is we've had a lot of state and federal grant assistance. The not so great news with that is the administration that comes with that. As you all are aware, free money is not always free. And so for our direct federal grants, we had 2.7 million. That was from our COPS technology grant when we had that coordination with the city of Battleground School District. For their radio repeaters, this was the closeout of that, the final piece of the Drug-Free Communities Grant. And then the bigger portion of this is the American Rescue Plan Act, which is funding our water reservoir. That's all that's left for these funds, which we have to expend by the end of 2026, which we are on track to do that. So that entire project's being paid for with the ARPA funds as well as the State Department of Commerce grant.
What's that project?
The reservoir up on Tukes, so that big, Mark. Yes, it's a water tank.
Yeah, so up on Tukes Mountain.
No, I was sorry. I was, you said cops and I
Oh,
think police, but
yes.
that's obviously an acronym for something else.
That is what the grant is called. It's called COPS. It's
Okay.
a Department of Justice grant. Usually they're hiring grants, but they also issue technology grants. So we were issued, I believe it was 400,000 for the radio repeaters for Battleground School District, as well as we used it for some camera projects and some radios.
So we've already spent it all?
Yes,
Okay.
it's gone. This was
Okay.
just the final, very end of it.
Okay.
Yes. And then we had some indirect federal grants. I prefer these personally because they go through a state agency typically, and they do all the hard reporting to the federal government. I like these. So 1.5 million transportation projects, Target Zero, that's your emphasis patrol with the police department. And then because the state changed for 92nd Avenue, it wasn't earmarked, it was supposed to be state funds. They changed it to ARPA. And so it's another ARPA, but it's indirect. It wasn't part of our initial pot of money of ARPA funds. For state grants, 2.8 million, again, transportation projects, and then also for water drainage planning and judicial. The state is actually, Department of Ecology is really good about funding drainage. We get quite a bit of funds from them for the various things related to our NPDES permit, which is fantastic. So overall, about 6.4 million in grant assistance. And then looking at our general fund overall, we did very well with revenues and collected 28.5 million compared to our budget of 28. I will say we had budgeted conservatively because we weren't sure, because we saw that 4% decrease in sales tax. So we did budget for a decrease in sales tax, which that's what this then ticked up. Again, it's always better to get more money than you anticipate because then you don't overspend. Expenditures, we had a budget of 30.6 million and our actual is 26.1. The majority of that difference has to do with our capital projects. So we budgeted to have our full projects go that are funded by the general fund. This is where our ARPA funds are housed, and then we use it almost like a granting agency, and then we reimburse the fund for the project costs. So that way it's separated. It's kind of a segregation, internal control. So that's what the difference is. Looking at our general fund revenues beyond taxes, so taxes make up over 50% of the overall general fund revenues we collect. The intergovernmental revenues, that's your state grants as well as your shared revenues with state. Your licenses and permits, that's all of your building permits, charges for services. That includes your cost allocation, as well as impact fees. So the impact fees are things we collect on behalf of the school district and fire district as developments come in, and then we have to remit it. And because, again, of our fun accounting rules, I have to budget for that as a revenue and expense because we can't net things. We can't net the expenses against those revenues. So we have to show them as separate line items for full transparency. And then fines and penalties, those are your traffic violations, your criminal violations, and things that the court collects, 185,000. And then your miscellaneous includes interest. So then looking at our general fund expenditures. So the legislative, we came under budget, 89.8%. This also includes any codifications. So anytime that we have to codify anything, that's where the budget is for that. Looking at our judicial, I did want to get into a little bit of details with this. I know we shared some cost per case with council, and that was $326 per case. So for the judicial department, there are things that we separate into a rolling 3-year average based on filings that we then pass on to Ridgefield and La Center. Things like jail and interpreter, those are paid for directly by each jurisdiction. And so we have to take those out. So those are included in your overall judicial budget, but those are not things we pass on to the 3. So when I look at all of the revenue coming into judicial, including the contract prosecutor, the general fund funds about 44.2% of the overall cost of the judicial department, and prosecutor, that's 1.3. So there's only about $571,000 of general fund dollars that pays for this. I'm happy to get into more details. I have lots of numbers I can share with you if you're interested, but for the interest of time, we'll move on. I just thought that was an interesting look at that. And then looking at our executive department, they were at 94.7%. This is where our insurance of $457,000 is with WCIA, as well as our elections costs that include voter maintenance. So we have to pay the county to maintain our voter registry. And that's where that budget is. And then looking at human resources, we did have the bargaining for Teamsters this last year, but we came under budget at 79.5%. Looking at finance, we were at 76%. This does include the pass-through grants. That's where we stick any pass-through grant we have. So we have, VHA has the CHIP grant that's through Department of Commerce to pay for infrastructure for their project. And so we had budgeted for that, which is why that's so far under budget. And it also includes the ARTG CARES Worker Grant that we pay for the Fire District 3. They only give it to cities, AWC, and then we pass it through to the fire district. So that's where that's housed as well. Looking at information services, all of our software that cannot be directly tied to like a proprietary fund is budgeted here. And then we do, through our cost allocation plan, allocate that out to the various departments. And then looking at legal, $130,000 of that legal actual is the prosecutor that we were talking about. With judicial, the rest is our contract prosecutor with McKee Jackson. And then looking at engineering, we charge directly. So as your engineers do work on projects, so say they're doing work on 92nd Avenue, they charge the hours to that fund. And so it's a direct charge for that. And then we capitalize those costs. So that's why it's at 74.7% of budget. And then looking at facilities, this also includes the senior center portion. That was the remodel, which was $416,000. And then we also had PD flooring and furniture. And then we did receive a grant for the senior centers as well. So that helped offset the costs of that remodel and improvements. Transfers out and the impact fee remittance. This is where the majority of where our general fund came under budget. So this is the transfers to streets and to parks to help fund those departments, as well as our capital transfers. So paying for any capital projects that the general fund was budgeted to pay for, as well as, again, the ARPA funds to the water fund for the reservoir. Law enforcement, we were actually fully staffed for what was allocated or approved, authorized for 2025, which was the first time since I've been here, we were fully staffed ever for more than 2 weeks, which was fantastic. And I believe now, even with the 2 additional positions, we're completely fully staffed even for 26, which again has never happened. So fantastic. And then this is also where our CRESA and our per capita fees are as well, which are not cheap. So about $400,000 for CRESA and then another $38,000 to CRESA for our per capita fee. And then looking at community development, we had quite a few contracts, professional services that included our comp plan, the climate grant, or climate plan, Old Town Sub-Area plan, and we were able to get a lot of grants for a lot of those, which I can get into details if you want specific numbers, but the majority of those expenses, it was about $650,000 in professional services related to those items. Are there any questions about any of those departments? These are, again, and if any of you are ever interested, I'm happy to show you my system. Yeah, I think it's been quite a while since I've offered this to council, but you do have the ability where I can give you rights to go into, it's called Encode Express, and you're actually able to drill down. So I send out those monthly financial statements. You can go in and look and click and get all the way down to the invoice if you so chose. So if you're interested in that, let me know and I'll show you how. Okay, real estate excise tax. This is another interesting one. Again, I find all data interesting. So it's fascinating to look at the city overall and what things affect different things. And so our real estate excise tax, you know that our permit revenue is up and you know that our property tax is up. Well, that also means there's home sales. So home sales are up. So we collected almost 2.1 million in 25. I mean, we're not at the height of 21 and 22 when rates were historically low, but with rates being as high as they are right now, this is amazing to me that we're still collecting so much because we have not dipped back down to pre-COVID numbers. Again, not what you expect with the turn of the economy. So it'll be interesting to see what continues to happen. Okay, so moving on to the other major governmental funds. These are just operational costs because we already talked about capital. So looking at our street fund, our revenues were at 90.8%. Our street expenditures, 72.9%. Our parks fund, we're at 109.8%, and this has a lot to do with the event center collecting more rentals or more rate revenue than we anticipated. And then for our park expenditures, we're at 96.1%. Are there any questions or any details you want about either of these funds? Okay. Looking at our storm drainage fund, again, because of our increase in development, we collected more in revenue than anticipated. So we were at 106.4%, and then storm expenses, 88.2%. Again, this is just operational, not including capital. Our water fund, we were at 111.2% revenue budget to actual, and then water expenses, 83.6%. I will say for our water purchasing water from CPU, we were less in 25 than we were in 24, and we're hopeful we'll continue to decrease that now that well 6 is up and going and we're producing more of our own, so we don't have to buy as much. And then for our sewer fund, we were at 106.9% budget to actual, and then our sewer expenses, 91.2%. A large portion of that 6.7 million goes to Discovery Clean Water Alliance for the treatment, which was at 4.4 million for 2025. And then looking at what debt we have outstanding for our general obligation bond for Scott and Way, we have $2 million that's slated to be paid off in 2030. Our water revenue bond, 1.17 million, that's also slated to be paid off in 2030. And then our USDA revenue bond, we're at 4.57 million. That is significantly longer than 2030. I believe it's 2047. So still ticking away at it. And then looking at our total cash and investments as of the end of 2025, a large portion of what we have is at LGIP because they've had the higher interest rate. And then we have funds with the county pool, and then they take those funds and they invest them. They're kind of in their investment pools. And then for our investments, we do some of our own long-term investments that we know so we can lock in some rates that are in that 4 or 5% for longer. And then we also have money in our local bank. 88% of the funds shown are restricted or committed for purposes. So it's not like we can just go spend these funds. So a lot of these have a very specific purpose and reason we collect them. So are there any questions?
Megan, on that investments, what is the current rate on our LGIP? Is that 3.9?
I believe our current rate with LGIP is like 3.837, which the county pool for the first time just ticked higher than them. So we're moving.
Great.
We're moving
Second
our money.
question. Do you take side work as a personal financial advisor?
Well, governmental investing is very different than private investing because we're restricted on what we can invest in. So I wouldn't know anything about the private world.
Megan, on our debt, our outstanding
Yes.
debt, yeah, you've got listed here 3 bonds. Is that just the large ticket items, or are there some smaller items in there? That's just it.
That's
right there?
it. That's it. Yep. And we made a commitment several years ago to put an extra $200,000 a year to the sewer revenue bond. Originally, that was slated to be paid off in 2050. I think it was 2052, but paying the extra $200,000 saves us almost $2 million, and it cuts off, I believe it was 17 years off the life of the bond. So it was better to do that than to try to refinance it during the low time.
And if I recall, we looked at paying off those bonds early and the interest we're making is higher than what we're paying on those bonds. So just for public knowledge on that, if this is your first time listening to this presentation, yes, we could afford to pay them off, but we make more money by not. So
Correct.
thank you, Uncle Sam. I just wanted to recognize the work, the fiscal conservatism that goes into these budgets. I was looking for bad news in any slide, in any number. I didn't see it, other than maybe engineering has too many projects. But when you see that many projects and you don't see over budget, obviously that's a whole team effort. It's not just engineering, it's not just finance. And well done.
Thank you. It's definitely an effort of everyone being on the same team and making sure we're fiscally conservative. And I like to say this, living within your means. We do it at home. We can only afford what we can afford, and we don't want to get over our skis. And yes, we could go out for the moon and the stars, but then that's it for the next 50, 100 years of our people, because you have to pay it off at some point.
I'll just echo what Troy said. A lot of times council gets the credit for our fiscal responsibility, but in reality, it's our finance department. And so thank you for making us look good.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions? All right. Hearing none. We will go on to the Capital Projects 101. Mark Hersig, Director of Public Works, take it away.
Good evening, council. Give me a second. I'll share my presentation. All right, so we're going to do a Capital Projects 101 tonight, and we kind of thought there was some good benefit to it. We obviously have a few new council members. Oh, isn't it working? Give me a second. Helps if you can see it. I don't have permission to share, Ellie. Yeah, if you can.
At the bottom. There you go.
All right, so back to capital projects. So obviously we have some new council members. There's always lots of questions about capital projects, so that would kind of a thought. And then I know you don't want to hear it, but we're getting close to budget time again, so it's kind of good hearing some of this stuff going into it. So next slide. So what is a capital? So what I'll talk about, what is a capital project? How does a project become a project? Then we'll talk about actually once it is a project, how we go through and get it constructed. I'll give you a couple of fun facts and then answer some questions. Slide. So definition of a capital project is a project to construct either new facilities or make significant long-term renewal improvements to existing facilities. So when we talk about projects, we have three big kind. Capital projects were like your pump stations, your reservoirs, those sorts of things. We have maintenance projects, which is often your street preservation, stormwater vault cleaning, those sorts of things. And then what we call R&R, and that's like your HVAC, generator replacement, those sorts of projects. Next slide. So why is a project necessary? Sometimes it's to create additional capacity, and often our system plans will call that out. It's for R&R, our facilities capital plan calls those out, staff knowledge. For maintenance, that's again with streets and our street ratings, we'll talk about that. Safety issues, so we have a local road safety plan that addresses those. Sometimes there's new law or permit requirements. That's often our phase 2 stormwater permit. There's a new law about clean buildings by the state. City livability, which is like your parks projects and is addressed by our PROS plan. And then you have council directed or economic development, often comes from input from citizens or supports desired development. Next slide. If the project is necessary, when is the project needed? So we have growth dependent or level of service deficiencies. So we model that and new growth triggers those. When you have your R&R projects, it's about useful life or running to failure. So some things will replace before they actually fail. And that depends a lot on your risk tolerance. So you can choose to just let it fail and then replace it, but there's a consequence to that. So you have to kind of weigh that balance if you want to replace it early or let it fail. There's asset preservation. So again, back to streets, it's making cheap improvements to avoid future expensive fixes. Risk, how long can you go without addressing an issue? Sometimes they're statutorily required. So new laws often have specific dates written into them when you have to make improvements or make changes. And then there's ones where it's as agreed and often comes from like development agreements. The Scott and Wade project is a good example where as part of that, we had specific timelines for completing the project. So we know the project is needed and what is next. So that's when we start looking for money. Those can be grant applications, legislative requests, and then we move on to budgeting. So city staff will provide recommendations to council. Those includes our revenue sources, which can again include the city funds or grants. Council chooses to move forward or not via the budget process. And then once approved by council, a project is born and it moves to Public Works. So first step, and this step is not always necessary, is planning. So if a project scope is well defined, we can actually skip this step. When it's not, we often go through a master plan or a pre-design. And so examples you've seen lately are our parks master plans, our Old Town master plan, and our operations center master plan. So master plans can be city or consultant led. Often you start with multiple iterations. So you'll come up with different designs, and then we'll whittle those down to one kind of final answer via public input. That input can come from open houses, surveys, our website, and that input can be taken at any time and is often done multiple times depending on it. And ultimately, your final product is usually a report and then a pretty picture or a drawing that kind of shows people what you want to do. And then all projects, we go to preliminary engineering. So got a list of categories there. So if you were to look at my files, I would have a file for each of those categories. And so I'll kind of talk through those. And then I'll talk about a summary at the end. Next slide. So for administration, that's a lot working with granting agencies. So as Megan mentioned, for a lot of our projects, we'll have grants. So we do a lot to get agreements signed with them, work through the financing pieces of it, and those sorts of things. There's some examples there. And this happens a lot throughout the project. Next slide. So first off, we contract. So city staff designs a lot of our projects, but there's times where we either don't have the expertise or we're just so busy that consultant needs to do it. Things like environmental permitting, surveying, those sorts of things. We don't have staff that does that. How we do that, we have thresholds for how we select. So if we estimate the cost is between 0 and 40,000, we can directly select a consultant. If it's between 40 and 100, we select 3 from our roster and we do an interview. And then if it's over 100, we actually put an ad in the newspaper and have them provide qualifications. And then staff ends up rating those and we select from there. And then once that's done, we've got somebody on board. We work through a scope and fee. And then depending on those values, sometimes council sees them, sometimes they're under city manager's threshold to approve.
Right.
Yeah.
I will note that you'll see that the fee is discussed after the fact, which seems counterintuitive. You can thank Washington state law for that.
Yeah, and Chris has heard it several times from me, but one of my manifestos is to change that. Oregon allows costs to be inputted into that decision. And I feel like Washington costs are higher because we're not allowed to do that. So I've told everyone who will listen to me that if you could get that law changed, that would be good for us. But off my soapbox. From the design phase, so again, staff either does the work or manages the consultant. We gather survey environmental data. the ultimate goal of the design phase is to create PSNEs. And so P stands for plans, S stands for specifications, and E is the cost estimate. When you talk about plans, you'll sometimes hear me say 30, 60, 90, 100. Those are the level of plan detail. And so the plans get done in steps. So 30 is really some lines on the paper. It's very basic information, just kind of a general alignment. 60% has a lot more detail. This is when we kind of do a good thorough review. 90, pretty much everything's done. We're just checking, is there any typos? Is there any, minor things that got missed? And then you get to your final. Just to give an example for our 503, 502, when that project went to bid, the plans were 96 pages and the specs ended up being 344. PSNEs are reviewed by some granting agencies. So WashDOT often will review those for us, whether we have federal or state funds. It's one of their requirements to move the project to bid. And ultimately that is our end result.
Can I jump in again?
Yeah.
So this step is really important as a finance person. The cost of engineering drives me crazy because it is very expensive. Each one of these documents, you're talking millions. But if without these, if someone was to get into an accident in this intersection, and if we didn't properly do these specifications and have these documents to support us, we could be at fault and held liable. And so this isn't just the specifications for the project. It's also, again, bigger picture risk.
Next slide. Environmental permitting, everyone's favorite. So staff manages the consultants who gather this data. Our ultimate goal is to receive all the project permits. So there's kind of two processes depending on your funding. One is SEPA, which is the State Environmental Policy Act. It's required for all local and state funded projects, unless it's exempt. And then NEPA, which is the national version, and it's required for all federally funded projects. And then also that just gets you a step in the direction. You also actually have to go get your permits. And often for us, that's your wetland permit, which can be ecology, the Corps, and even the city. Back to example projects. So Grace Avenue NEPA approval, it took 1,143 days from ready to submit to actually getting approval. And 764 of those days was for the NIMS issue. Ultimately, our end result is getting the environmental approval and project permits. And then grants, during the PE phase, staff works on acquiring additional grants. So often we'll have just the PE phase funded. And so as we're doing design, we'll actually request right away and construction funding, obviously, if those aren't in place. And then public involvement, so that can happen throughout. For small projects, it's pretty limited. For larger projects, there's obviously more. There's several methods for doing that. Our website, or open houses, direct discussion with people affected. There's a couple of things that we're working on, and it's just not Public Works, but us as a group. We have a development project map that you've seen on our website. We're working on one for capital projects. So you'll be able to click on the spot and they'll pop up with all the information. And then I'm sure I'm using the wrong term here, but communication playbook. So something Alicia and I talked about is for each project before we start it, having the kind of package that we'll use for outreach. So we'll know if it's just going to be a website or if it's going to have open house, those sorts of things. So as the project manager is working through it, they'll know what kind of communication that they'll need to do in order to move the project forward. And then reports, you'll see traffic, hydrology, design, and these are all documents that get created to support the project. And again, they'll vary on different projects. So kind of a summary, said you start with contracting, you pick up survey, we'll get to 30% plans. After 30%, we have a general idea of what we're going to impact so we can start environmental work. You get to those 60% plans, then you can actually submit your environmental docs. Then you get those approved. On state and federal projects, you actually have to have that environmental approval to be able to move to right-of-way phase. And so the good example again is Grace, is that's why it took so long to be able to get to offer people or get to the stage where we're about to be into offers because we had to wait for that environmental approval. Then you move on to 90%. You start getting your environmental permits. We end up with final plans and specs. The granting agency will review, and then we get to go to bid. Next up is right-of-way. So for state and federally funded projects, this has to begin after environmental approval. It's work completed by a consultant with staff support. So during the process, we determine our needs. So if it's a permanent acquisition, we'll work with the deed. If it's a permanent access right, we'll use an easement. If it's a temporary right during construction, we'll use a temporary easement. And then if it's a right to complete a specific task, this is often things like reconnecting sewer to a line, stuff like that. It ends up being a permit. You submit your right-of-way plan and estimate to WashDOT. And again, this is for state and federal funding. They approve it, and that essentially gives you the right to start doing appraisals. On small projects, we do something that's called a waiver evaluation, so you don't have to go through a full appraisal process. They use some comparables and essentially come up with a value for the property. Next slide.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Back there, I can't help that beautifully colored board.
That will come in my construction
Okay,
section.
I want
Yeah.
to make sure that
I will not forget. After that, city staff reviews and signs off on the values after the appraisal's complete. WashDOT does some spot checks, and then I come to council and ask for approval to start making offers. The property owners are made offers by our right-of-way agent. Right-of-way agent and staff can meet with owners on site as requested. Negotiations occur, and some of those involve council. Once settled, council makes a final approval offer for payment and recording. Staff then processes that. WashDOT does a review both during and after all of that's complete. And if everything is good, we're issued a right-of-way certification. And essentially that would give us permission to bid, provided the PSNEs are ready. So a couple notes I say is the hope that owners are amenable to purchase, but council ultimately has eminent domain authority if we can't reach an agreement. And outreach is typically done through on-site visits versus open house. When you get to that stage, it's kind of, people don't understand what's on paper. It's hard to figure out. So it's a lot easier to go to people on site and kind of walk that through with them and show them how they're going to be impacted. And here's I call it my council. So once we enter right-of-way phase, extreme caution needs to be exercised when having discussions with impacted property owners. So I threw in the slide to the left. So this is actually a training that staff has taken. It's 50 ways to lose your money, and it's specific to federal funding and right-of-way phase. There's a lot that can go wrong during that phase. So that's specifically why we have a right-of-way agent to try to handle that stuff. But I just recommend if people are reaching out to you to point them back in our direction, because things can go wrong, and we'd prefer not to lose our money by making an error. So, and then our fun part is construction. So again, I've got the categories in the summary. So next slide. Administration is very similar to PE. It involves working with the granting agencies, and at the beginning of a project, we get some items from the contractor, emergency contacts, their licensing specifically for erosion control, those sorts of things. Next slide. For bidding, we do vary in advertising, and I'll get to that on the next slide. But when a project's out to bid, staff addresses questions that come up. We ultimately open bids, and then we review them. When you have a local or state project, you check for a couple things. One's being a responsible bidder. That's making sure they're licensed, their taxes are correct, all that kind of stuff. And that they're a responsive bidder, meaning essentially that they've completed all their forms correctly. When you add federal money to that, you add in the disadvantaged business enterprise. And there's usually a DBE goal on a project. So essentially WashDOT will say, and it comes through federal highways, you have to have 10% or 5% of the project be with consultants that qualify as a DBE. And so we essentially go through and make sure they meet those requirements. I will say with the new president, that requirement has gone away. I don't know where it will ultimately end up, but it is temporarily gone. And then ultimately WashDOT has to provide authorization to award. And then we prepare for recommendation to council for award as needed. For contracting, city staff contracts with the low bidder and necessary consultants. So we'll have consultants for like testing. The designer is usually kept on board to answer some questions based on the plans they created. We go through and make sure contractor has insurance, they have the performance and payment bond, they've signed the contract. When we're looking at procurement, kind of similar to the design phase, if it's 0 to 75,000, we can directly reach out to a contractor. If it's 75.5 to 350, we go through the small works roster. So MRC actually maintains that for us. And essentially you have your project documents, you send an email, it's often 400 to 500 contractors that are on this list. They all get it at the same time, and then they bid as they feel like. And then over 350, we have to do a newspaper advertisement. And generally on federal projects, of any amount, you have to go through the newspaper. When everything is good, we issue notice to proceed. Financial piece of this. So staff on a daily basis tracks and creates documentation to justify every single dollar per bid item spent on a project. So that's kind of a federal standard. We do something similar for other projects, but not to that degree. We calculate amount due to contractor consultants on a monthly basis. We confirm the contractor has provided all paperwork that's necessary to receive payment. And then we also work with granting agencies to get reimbursed for work that's been done. Information. So here I'm getting to the public outreach. So website, Facebook, and construction signs are typical things we use. Alicia worked on creating a construction sign that you'll start to see on projects. You can see it behind me right here, but essentially it's a sign that we can use over and over again. It's got replaceable stickers that we can use to change the project, and it's got a QR code that will take you to our website. So the one that's up is Flow Row, so you'll see that go out for that project. And then I think there was one for 20th Pathway as well. So you'll start to see those out on our site, and good way for people to be able to get information. Also, project related, we do RFIs. That's where contractors asking us questions, deal with construction changes and how many working days are available on a project. And then ultimately we end up with as-builts. Next slide. Prevailing wage is a fun one. You've heard me talk about this before, but essentially for any public work, all workers must be paid, which is wages plus their benefits, more than the prevailing wage rate for their trade. For federal projects, that's state and Davis-Bacon. So you actually have to compare the two, and they have to make more than the highest one. So we confirm that the contractor and all subcontractors file intent and affidavit at the end of the project. For local state projects, we confirm the contractor submitting weekly certified payrolls. On federal projects, we actually have to go through those certified payrolls and check to make sure that they are being paid the prevailing wage or more.
Fun fact, do you know how prevailing wage is set? A survey goes out from Labor and Industries, and it's only the contractors who respond that sets the prevailing wage rate. You're welcome.
Thank you, Megan. Similar under reports for local, state, and federal projects, we have a construction project diary. That's the project manager's daily kind of report of what's going on. Our inspector does the same thing. It tracks workers, equipment, weather, and then weekly we do an erosion control report. When you have federal, you add on top of that DBE. So we actually go on site and do interviews with them to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to, the contractor's treating them how they're supposed to. Equal employment opportunity, that's an annual report that we work on. Retainage is a monthly report that we review. And then traffic, daily reports that we get that we have to review. And then related to training, a lot of times federal projects will actually have a requirement to have a certain amount of training hours for like an apprentice. And so we track all of that paperwork that the contractor submits to us. Submittals, so staff or a consultant reviews the documentation that proves that the material that the contractor is providing matches what's specified. The state will end up creating what's called a ROM. It's the Record of Materials. They do it for state right-of-way projects or federal funded projects. Essentially, it's a big list of everything that we need to collect. This documentation can include rock tickets, shop drawings, certification of materials origin. So on your federal projects, you have to meet what I call BABA. It's Buy America, Build America, and it's essentially that materials used on the project were produced in America, but you have to prove that. So we get documentation for that and then test results. So again, example project 503, 502, the ROM had 1,713 documents or visual inspections on the ROM to support the 170 bid items that were on the project. For testing, we have a testing consultant that tests various things, make sure project requirements are met. An example of that is like compaction of your rock and asphalt, and then actually the composition of the rock materials. So the specs get into the detail of, you have this certain kind of rock, this certain kind of rock, this certain kind of rock all mixed together, and we actually check all that. And then finally, we're getting towards the end and we close out a project. So city staff, consultants, and affected agencies, we perform a walkthrough to confirm the work is complete. We create a punch list to show all field and paperwork that's necessary to fully complete the project. City receives their maintenance bond and other closeout items. Once everything is done, we send a notice of release to the state agencies, Revenue, Labor and Industries, and ESD. And essentially that gives them a chance. In state law, they have the ability to collect retainage if the contractor hasn't paid something or, you know, has some issue against them. Ultimately, we get releases from them that say, hey, there's no issue with this contractor, so you're okay to pay. And the same, and there's no claims against retainage, we release the retainage. So in summary, we bidding, we go through the contracting process, there's construction, which involves a lot of paperwork. We get to construction complete, do our walkthrough, close out, and then everyone's happy because the project is done.
I will say this is one of the areas the auditors, when they come in, this is part of your federal grant, but it also, they will look at bidding on the local side for state and local as well, and they go through all of this. So this has gone through with a fine tooth comb, and I can say during my tenure here, there's never been one recommendation for engineering. So they do a fantastic job with all of this and following lots and lots of rules.
And that, folks, is why your ADA ramps cost $10,000.
Exactly. So just a few fun facts. So I've been here over 23 years now. And so I was kind of thinking through all the agencies that I've had to work with for my federal or my projects over the year. And I won't read them all off. You can see them, but just a couple interesting ones. So I added the city of Battle Ground. So like a developer, we actually have to go through community development for our projects. So if we're building a building or something like that, we do site plans, community development process with our SEPA. So we do the same thing as developers. I also like to point out on the state, WashDOT is on there twice and Ecology's on there 3 times. WashDOT local programs is the one that deals with the money kind of piece of it. Their design group deals with the fact that some of your projects are in their right of way. So you actually deal with 2 different groups. From Ecology, they have a stormwater, wetlands, and a sanitary sewer group. So on a project like the pump station, you could be dealing with all 3. And you'd like to think they play well together with each other, but they do not. So it is fun.
What was your military department?
Military department deals with like FEMA type stuff. So we had a tornado in, I don't know, several years ago. And so dealing with some of the reimbursement with that goes through the military department. Next one. So my last fun facts. So right now on our current list, we have 73 city projects. We're also working on 7 plans, and don't tell Megan this, but I collect all my project emails in one spot until the project is over. And I was looking at my 503, 502, and I actually had 5,479 emails related to the project.
I will also state that number of city projects does not include the ones we just closed out. So
Yeah.
that is a much larger number because we haven't really kicked off the new projects for the new year. So that will grow quickly.
Yeah, yeah. Questions?
That was a lot to digest. But thank you, very informative.
I love you, Mark. You're awesome. That's all I have. Oh, jeez. Any questions from council?
All I can say is you can never underestimate the work that's going on behind the scenes. Wow, thank you.
So where's 20th at on that?
So 20th is a fun one. So when we got the permit from Ecology,
Keep your ears till 10.
when we got from the permit from Ecology, there was a specific requirement not to work in the water, essentially when it was wet. This was pretty much a last minute thing. So thought we were going to be able to work over the winter, but essentially with how wet it is out there, they're going to have to wait till it dries up in order to start back up.
Understood. I guess I should have been more specific because that's the pathway. I'm looking more from Main Street to Onsdorf and then Main Street to 6th.
Oh, the reconstruction work, that will be bid in about 2 weeks.
So what does that look like?
So right now we're in,
E&E.
right now we're in the PE phase. So we're finishing up design. And then about 2 weeks, we'll switch over to the bidding, which is the construction side of
Get
it.
to look as that, would you present that to council to take a look at the P&E, or can I just come by your office?
Just come by my office.
And look at it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any further questions from council? Over 5,000 emails for one project. That's awesome. All right. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate your time and effort on this presentation. Take time out of your busy day to do this for us. Moving on to ordinance 2026-03, Northwest Natural Gas Franchise Agreement. Deputy City Manager, Rob Ferrier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As you mentioned, this item deals with the proposed Northwest Natural Gas Franchise Agreement. Some background, a long time ago, way back when Councilmember McCoy had a full set of hair, and when Mr. Ferrier weighed about 40 pounds less than he weighs now, this is 1994, the city of Battleground and Northwest entered into a non-exclusive franchise agreement that authorized Northwest Natural Gas to use the city's right-of-way to deliver natural gas service to their customers. That agreement has sunset, and staff from both parties have negotiated a draft agreement that would authorize the gas company's continued use of our right-of-way. Consistent with the terms of the prior franchise agreement, the city would grant Northwest Natural Gas the right to construct, install, maintain, replace, repair, and use their natural gas infrastructure within our right-of-way, to transmit, distribute, and sell natural gas to its customers. In addition, a term of the franchise would state that Northwest Natural Gas shall, at no expense to the city, repair all existing natural gas facilities it owns within the city's jurisdiction, if such repair is required. If such repair is required by the city for any reasonable purpose. Further, in the event a city project causes the construction of, there's any construction by the city that necessitates the relocation of natural gases facilities from their existing location, such relocation will be at no cost to the city. Franchise is not exclusive, does not prohibit the city from granting a similar franchise to another private entity or public entity. The term of the franchise is for 10 years. This evening, what staff is asking the city council to do is to read the title of the ordinance and set a public hearing date of April 20th, 2026 for this matter. That concludes our presentation. We're available for any questions you may have.
I'll move to set. What?
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
We'll open it up for discussion after your motion.
Right, yeah. It needs to be motioned, right? And second, before you have discussion. So I'm trying.
Before you motion it, we need to read the title of the resolution. Prior to that.
I thought that was only if we were going to approve the ordinance, which we're not approving the ordinance. We're setting the date.
We still got to read it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Christmas.
Councilmember Munson, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, so Excuse me. So we're a year, 10 and a half months behind when the sunset occurred.
Mhm.
I guess my question is, Ms. Foster, and you can chime in, please. Why are we not doing another 30-year? I mean, so if it's not exclusive, it's not, there's no nefarious act here. Why don't we just do another 30? So, with the legal being vetted in this, can they provide some insight why we're not doing that?
I would need to double check Councilmember Munson, but I believe under it's a state law issue. And I can double check that and provide you an answer to make sure that I'm being accurate.
I would also just input that from like a public works perspective, things can change over, quickly. And so having a long-term agreement where, you change how you want your roads, some improvement you want to make, something like that. If it's not in the agreement, you have to wait those 30 years in order to get it in there. And so our preference is a short, not too short of amount of time. You don't want to do this every year, but a shorter amount of time that allows us to put into effect things that may change as we go along.
And I will say, Councilmember Munson, both parties reviewed the agreement. Both parties are amenable to a shorter term.
Well, let's unpack Mark here for a second. So, I mean, I didn't read through it in its entirety. I read through most of it. But it sounds to me like there's no harm to the city whether there's changes or not. It's all beholden to them for cost. So if you're telling me that there could be concern if something were to change, then I would say, why are we doing a 10-year and not just a 1 year? Because things could change. But if it's not, like I said, it's not nefarious, why? I mean, I guess I just don't see why we have to exhaust staff time for both parties if there's no construed cost to it.
Yeah, and from my perspective, it's more standards than, yes, the agreement has them have to deal with costs for moving things. But again, standards change over time. So having a 10 year seems to be kind of the sweet spot for that.
And over a 10-year period, it's not a significant amount of staff time over a 10-year period.
What would be the advantage of 30 years? I mean, are we talking a financial advantage or what are you thinking?
It hasn't cost us anything in the last 30 years, so there's the advantage.
Might cost
Well-
them something though.
Well, my point is, if processes have been updated in the last 30 years to set a standard that 10 years is the normal, and it's amicable to both parties.
If you don't mind, I'll chime in again. If that's the case, I could totally get that. But I would hope that I would see it on our presentation of material, and I'm not seeing that there. Because the way I read it is, there's been no change. So there's no need to not just push through this. If there is a change, or if there's something that's happened, I would hope that we would be seeing on our presentation as some kind of evidence. I just don't want us to sit here and blindly vote on something if it's not a complete presentation. Am I coming across okay?
Well, luckily, we're looking to set a public hearing, so we'll have a little bit of time to look into that as well.
So maybe if that's the case, we could get a little more information than what we see on here. So if there's been any questions or concerns or things that have happened over the last 30 years that have come up, it would be good to know about it now, or good to know about it before we vote on this.
I don't understand the question, quite frankly.
Well, as we've said, if Councilmember Kuipers brought up, what's the advantage? And as Mayor brought up, that there could have been changes. If there's been changes, or if there's been issues in the last 30 years that presented itself that warrant it coming to a 10-year, then we should see that in our presentation.
Just to clarify, I think it might be advantageous to show the precedence of the standard procedure that changed over the last 30 years that brought us to the 10-year versus.
Okay, if you want that during the public hearing, we'd be happy to do that.
Yeah. I guess my thought is the occurrence of 30-year agreements in today's world, I don't think is very common in any industry. So I'm just thinking that even 10 years, I was a little surprised at that, because at the the rate of change of in every industry. It just seems like I just don't know that we would want to go into a 30-year agreement on anything anymore.
I'm going to say the quiet part out loud, but who knows, in the next 10 years, natural gas might be outlawed in the state. So what's the point? Yeah. Kelly, can you please read the title of the ordinance?
An ordinance renewing and modifying the grant of a non-exclusive gas utility franchise to Northwest Natural Gas Company and fixing terms and conditions of such franchise.
Thank you. All right, I am seeking a motion.
I move to set a public hearing for April 20th, 2026 to hear public testimony regarding ordinance 2026-03 Northwest Natural Gas Franchise Agreement.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Kuipers, second by Councilmember Munson. Any further discussion? All right. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously for the public hearing on the 20th. Administrative reports.
Just a couple of things, and real quick on that franchise agreement. In working with the attorney with Northwest Natural Gas, they were really taken aback by how much change we were making to that agreement, and we were just basically updating it and modernizing it. And then looking at model policies that are provided by MRSC, the model policies state 10 years. So that's kind of what we were following. Okay, real quick, the first part of West Main Commons, excuse me. We issued 8 permits so far for the commercial buildings, I believe. So they're going to get started finally, but that was issued today. Because their sign still says coming spring of 2026, but they're going to get going on that. We've had a lot of questions about when they're going to start. 2026 legislative awards, good news. I've emailed you. We received $1.4 million for more projects. $1 million for the 92 Avenue Pump Station, the force main, and then $400,000 towards the inclusive play equipment at Remy. Also a part of that, if you looked at the attachment, I think that was on that email, Clark Regional also received $600,000 for aeration pumps, and there were some other awards that went into the 18th legislative district. So overall, pretty good session. Senate Bill 5820 also passed. This is the rail line bill. It is has been delivered to the governor's desk, I think March 9th, and I believe he has up to 20 days to sign that. So we have sent a letter on behalf of the city encouraging him to please sign that bill. And lastly, our federal lobbyist has completed all submissions of our CDS or our earmarks to all 3 congressional offices. So stay tuned and we'll see if we receive any awards on the federal level. That's all I have for my report.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. Council communications, does anyone have anything they want to say? Council Member Munson.
So thank you for the information from the proposed budget we're waiting on governor to sign. I would like to thank our reps McClintock and Lay for their help, and I would really like to show appreciation to our ladies on the legislative committee, Deputy Mayor Vale and Council Member Ferrer, for going up there, knocking on doors, even though some doors might not have opened. They did open other doors, so you ladies did a great job, and thank you for that work.
Councilmember Ferrer.
So, question for Ms. Swanson. So looks like we got an update that the construction project manager is going to start work tomorrow. And so are we going to be doing a new employee introduction at our next city council meeting? Okay, cool. That was the easy one. The second one is in regards to the emails received on council by the Grace Project. I'm wondering if do you think it would be beneficial for us to maybe do like kind of an update? Maybe Mark could put something together for us just to give us an update and kind of maybe help with whatever's going on with citizens' potential confusion with that project and things that are being said about the project.
Can I jump into this real quick
Yeah.
with you?
Go for it.
If I pulled anything away from Mark today was, we should stay out of that because we're in that phase now where, what was it? 50 ways to lose your lever.
Yeah,
lose
right
your
of way
money.
phase.
So I'm just, because hearing Mark talk about tonight and reflecting on those emails, I'm thinking that's kind of what this is befitting, is it not?
Yeah, that's a piece of it. And the other thing that I mentioned is it's a lot easier at this stage to meet out in the field with the citizens. We do that as practice, and then I let the project manager know, especially because I've seen the concern that when the right-of-way agent goes out there, reiterate that we're happy to go out there and show them exactly what this stake means, what's this stake mean, that sort of thing. And I just, based on my experience, that's a lot easier because I can show you something on paper, but I, as an engineer, knows what it means. It's very hard for a citizen to kind of understand what that is. And so it's just a lot easier at this stage for in-field meetings.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering that when I read the emails, like I'm wondering if you guys are just going to go out there and meet with them individually and let them know.
Yeah, some people know what's going on and don't care, but the people that want to know, yes, will absolutely go and meet with them.
Okay.
I did share your same sentiment though. I think tonight was a perfect night that we saw that. So that's where I kind of felt like I'm going to step back from that for a moment and just see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I think it's important for council to stay abreast of where we're at in a specific project. And when we see those emails, we can direct them to staff to allow them to handle those situations.
I guess just talk to you about it. What's
Yeah.
the updates?
Yeah, I'm always here, so.
Okay, so lastly, I'll finish with, I would like to propose a future agenda item regarding the creation of a city code review board to this council. The purpose for me for a code review is to empower and educate this council. I know right now currently that we often react to staff-driven updates, but I think this would give us as council the option to just kind of meet our goals and be proactive in assuring that our laws are aligned with our 2045 plans and our goals. And yeah, that's it.
Saw Chris taking a note on that, so.
Well, I guess I need to, if I go off of our governance manual, I think I'd have to make a motion and get it seconded by this council.
All right.
So
I think you can
it's-
just request something to be added to the agenda.
So if you request it from the mayor, he can approve it. If he declines it, then you'd come back to us and ask for 3 more votes.
well, he said to bring it forward on the dais. That's why I'm discussing this tonight. So
I would like to jump in and support Councilmember Ferrer on this. As somebody, I sat on planning commission prior to my first stint on council. And when staff brings stuff to the planning commission, they're brief. I don't want to call them brief meetings. They're pretty quick though. And there's maybe not as many resources for the planning commission to dig a little deeper. So I do like the idea. I like the idea that, having somebody from the community, having somebody from the developmental side in the community, whether it's building issues or whether it's just old ordinances that may be out of date, just gives us more information to tune into our ordinances that are currently there to see if they need more tweaking or removal or addition. So I do support the council member on that.
I'd love to have some further discussion. as far as-
Mr. Mayor, this is Shane. I got a question for you, or maybe for Councilmember Ferrer on this. How is this any different than your planning commission? Because they are a group of people that are unelected. They are citizens. Some of them are in the development community. And their job is to look at these same codes that we look at and give a different perspective. So why would we do another board or commission or whatever we want to call it to look at things that they're already looking at by unelecteds and have input? There's business owners in there. We usually don't have developers in there because there can be conflicts sometimes, but we have in the past had developers in there or development community in there. So why is this any different than the Planning Commission?
I'll speak to that since he's, and again, my intent, and I'm not set on what exactly this has to look like. I have no problem even replicating what we see for the governance manual committee and just having 3 of our own members on the board, taking a look at our municipal codes. And again, it's more about giving us the opportunity as council to bring forth concerns that we see in our municipal codes. And because, I mean, like you said, that, yeah, we have the Planning Commission, they provide their feedback and what their updates that they recommend. We have staff that do the same, but us as the council do not have that opportunity. And other than the fact that we could bring up one at every meeting, but to go with the governance manual, it seems like it's supported to do it annually. And I thought we could mimic that. And again, it would also give us as new counselors coming in the ability to educate ourselves and get our voices heard all at once collectively.
So this is just a council appointed board. No other citizens would sit on this.
I'm fine with however council wants to direct this, but my major, I know that there has been some interest in potentially putting other people on there, but my intent was most importantly for council. Yeah.
Question. What were you thinking? I guess just to understand, how is that different from just each of us as council members reading through codes and bringing up our questions as we have them? I guess I'm wondering, so if we have 3 separate people, for example, that sit on this committee, then you're only getting the insight of those 3 people anyway. So we, as all council members, should be reviewing the codes and bringing up our questions. And so I guess I'm just trying to see how would that be different?
And I agree with you. I had the same thoughts when we did the governance manual. Why is there just 3 of us? Why aren't we all taking a look at it and bringing forth our concerns and potentially in a study session, or we're spending that time at the retreat? But I think what holds it is the reason why we have a governance manual is that allows us to set the standard here on from this moment on for, staff to continue with these efforts to have council moving forward, take a look at these things. And so that's why I am suggesting that we do the same thing with our municipal code.
Again, I would be willing to take a look at that. Again, I agree with Councilmember Bowman. I don't know if we need the public involved in that, only because if they want to get involved in that, they can be a part of the Planning Commission. And then might be an opportunity for us as council members, if we have questions, bring it to that review committee, allow them to look it over, and then we can bring it up in an agenda item. But I also agree with Councilmember Kuipers. If you have any interest in the any code or anything like that, bring it forward to me. We can always put it on an agenda to look at a review.
And I agree with that one. The only reason why I brought this forward is because I know that you told staff at one point that you would only open the governance manual once. And so I felt like I was trying to be respectful to you, Mayor, even though that wasn't a promise that you made to them in regards to this. I was trying to be respectful because honestly, I guarantee you, I could probably go through that governance manual, bring something up at every meeting, but I don't want to do that to staff. And I don't want to do that to the council on this board.
Yeah, my goal is to keep the governance manual a little bit more cut and dry and us to be able to review it in a pace As far as ordinances go, I mean, how often do we bring up ordinances?
Exactly. I've been
We're
on here. since
literally in the middle of
2023,
discussing one right now.
And we only, yeah, exactly. You only have one brought up by staff.
So
That goes through planning commission, but nothing goes through us. So that could be something right there. That could be a step in the process.
Councilmember McCoy?
Question for staff, is this something that a council-driven committee that you have any experience or you've seen in other cities that is spun up? Do you have any experience or any thing you can add to this? I've not heard of one, so I don't know, maybe you have.
Past municipalities I've worked for have had a similar structure as we have, where you have the planning commission. That is kind of a sounding board. They make recommendations. They don't make decisions. There's public hearings as part of that process. And that happens before things come to council for review,
Right.
public hearing.
Specifically a council seated committee just for code, or do you have any experience or any knowledge of any municipality with that?
I don't. I'd be happy to look into it and see if there's anything
No,
helpful, but I'm not familiar
It
with
doesn't
it.
surprise me if there isn't, because I'm concerned about legal fees. The difference between code and governance manual is right there. She's unmuted.
You'd like to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that because the city council has established a planning commission, at least for certain code changes, traditionally in the development code realm, those code changes do have to go through planning commission, even if the direction comes from council to take a look at something, the planning commission still needs to be involved. And just to Mayor McCoy's question, for the 2 cents I can give, I haven't necessarily heard of a code review board as is being proposed. And so from a legal perspective with the interplay of planning commission, that would be something I think we would want to look into a little bit more.
And I will just add, I'm not looking to look at the development codes because most of those are already standards by the
Right.
state. And
I still have the floor, but my concern is, well, there was no narrow focus when you brought this up. And if you form a committee for code, they would all be open. I think it's too broad of a committee. I don't think it's been thought out well enough to bring it before council yet. I think if you want to go back and maybe do some more research, then perhaps but in its current form, I'm not interested.
Thank you for weighing in on that, Z. Appreciate it. All right. We have Deputy Mayor Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, my understanding was that Councilmember Farrar was just asking for this to be added to a future agenda for the meeting for further discussion by council. And my assumption is that Councilmember Farrar would have time then to narrow the focus of this to have more of a presentation for council. That's my understanding. This was just a request for this item to be added for future discussion on a future agenda.
You are not wrong.
But what?
I guess what I would say is I would direct staff and legal to look at that and look at the validity of having a review committee for ordinances and code and see if that's even something we want to enter. Or if it's legal hot water, we might want to stay away from that. Okay, any further council communications this evening? I have a couple things I want to touch on that I didn't get a chance to. I could have done it in the mayor's report, but I like to wait. Battleground Citizen of the Year has been awarded. And there will be a celebration April 29th at 6 p.m. at the Prairie Tavern to celebrate Joanna Hyatt as Battlegrounds Citizen of the Year for 2025. And I would urge public or any council members to attend that to celebrate an amazing individual that does so much behind the scenes for our citizens, involving the library, different clubs, Ladybug Bazaar, and all the various things that she's involved in. And so that's a pretty cool thing. Also, currently, there are 324 kids registered for Battleground Little League, forming 31 teams, and that is the highest number they've ever reported. And so it's a very growing, viable sports league here in town that I know passed, well, Councilmember Bowman was a big part of it years ago, and it just speaks to the lifeblood of this community and youth sports being a big part of that. And so I just wanted to make a note of that, of how great they are doing at bringing in the youth and teaching them a sport and allowing them to, get out there and play some ball. The other thing I wanted to kind of echo for Councilmember Munson's point of just thanking our delegates, our legislative, Stephanie McClintock, John Lay, on helping secure all that funding to bring that money back to Battleground and this county as far as the 18th LD. And also Senator Cortez for getting that rail bill through. That was a big favor for us, but also Josh Weiss and the Columbia Policy Advisory and the hard work that they do on a regular basis for us on a legislative side. And also wanted to mention that there will be a legislative town hall coming up March 28th here in the council chambers at 10 a.m. Wanted to invite our council members to come and support our legislators in that. So
I just have a point of order, Mayor.
go ahead.
I think we have a motion on the floor, and I think it's important we vote on it because I think that the task at hand will incur staff and legal costs. And my preference would be to have this idea fleshed out more before it comes before council, or before we set aside staff time with it. So I would like to see the vote.
Let's go ahead and make sure we formalize this motion. That's what I'm asking you.
That you just have to simply ask the mayor. And then I said, well, that's the mayor's the one who told me to bring it before council on the dais. And so there was never a motion made. So it was, and that's when, then the mayor at the end just directed staff to look more into this to see if it's even plausible. If it's not, they'll come back and let us know, and what's that's done is done.
Then I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff and legal to bring forth to council what a potential council-led code committee would look like.
Second.
And in all fairness, I'm not in favor of this motion. I'm making the motion to vote it down.
We know.
We know what you're doing. All right, we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember McCoy. We have a second by Mayor Overholser. Any further discussion?
And maybe we can use the pads.
I move to amend. I would like to move to amend this motion to state that legal may limit or further recommend what municipal codes should be reviewed. And if there are any, like the development codes, that would be problematic, to please have those flagged.
All right, we have a proposed amendment on the floor.
I guess I'll second that.
So my issue with this amendment is we're deciding already what to do before we know if legal has any issues with it. That's my issue with this amendment.
And we're asking legal to review the codes to bring back any that need to be reviewed or discussed further. So we're asking legal to put in time to basically review the codes that the planning commission should be reviewing and bringing back is my understanding how the process is. I think your original ask was, does the council have an appetite for having this discussion on an upcoming agenda? There wasn't a motion about doing it or anything. It was just, do we have that appetite? That was the original question, which I don't believe we had an opportunity to vote on or to respond to. We've had comments, but we haven't said, yes, I'm for it, or yes, I'm against it.
Kelly, can you,
Hold on.
oh, yeah, sorry.
Councilmember Bowman, you have your hand raised?
Yeah. Like this is painful listening to this. We have the right to review all codes, and we do every year. Every single one of us. And that is our job as a council member, is to review codes. So, and at any point in time, you can get together with any 2 other council members and review codes all you want to review them. So I don't understand why we're directing legal, why we're asking for staff to, I mean, this is just crazy to me that we're going in circles here when you can do this all you want all day long and bring it up. The difference is because it takes a lot of work to change codes and to do things, that we do it usually one time a year. Because if we just sit here changing codes anytime, we feel like we should be changing codes because somebody told us that the fence was 4 feet high in the front yard and it shouldn't be 4 feet high, and so I'm going to change the codes, then we just end up in these meetings just doing what we're doing tonight. And I think is 10 o'clock our cutoff or 10:30 our cutoff to suspend the rules?
I believe it's 10:30.
It is. Yeah, it's 10:30.
10:30. I mean, like, number one, this should have came, we talked about this in our retreat. To get things on the agenda, you ask the mayor, you ask the city manager. That's the 2 things that you do. If they deny you, then you bring it up in a meeting and you make a motion to put it on the agenda. And that takes a vote of at least 4 people to then put it on a future agenda. That wasn't done right to begin with. And so now we're talking about it. We've got a motion, we've got amendments. I mean, it's all over the place when we have the right to review codes without ever having a body of us to do it. Now, if you're wanting to have other people on it, I think you already have that, and that's the planning commission. But if you're just wanting 3 council members, get together with 3 council members and review code away. I don't care. And that's what you should be doing. That's what we used to do, is get together as council members and discuss this stuff, especially for new council members. I spent the first 4 years sitting in Mr. Ganley's house every Friday night going over this stuff because he had the knowledge of it and learning it. But to sit here and spend the amount of time that we've spent on something that is already our job to do is ridiculous to me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Munson.
Well, initially it queued up to talk about Little League. So Rob, you're not going to go away unscathed. It's just good questions. It'll be nice and easy for you. But I guess I'll go ahead and chime in on this. To Councilmember Bowman and Councilmember Ferrer's assessment of this, they're very much in line. This was just simply to have a conversation. I don't think we needed to go through any amendments. I believe that Councilmember Ferrer's idea was just to bring this up for discussion. As far as planning commission, I'm the only one on council that's ever served on that. And I can tell you that when you sit in planning commission meetings, you don't get the opportunity to bring up code, or you're encouraged to bring up code for annual review. So is it our job? Sure, it's our job. Are we doing it? I haven't seen it. Not in the 6 years, almost 6 years I've done this as council. I haven't seen members bring this up on a regular basis. Yeah, it is our job. It's the planning commission's job, and they probably don't know that they have the freedom to do that kind of research and bring it up to their own meetings. So I would put that back on the city, saying that your planning supervisor that hosts that meeting needs to make sure the chair has the purview to discuss that amongst the other planning commission members. But as far as it goes to the precipice of what we're talking about, Councilmember Ferrer simply just wanted to have a conversation. She brought it up. She did her due diligence. And as far as the amendments go, or the motions go, I mean, yeah, it's gone way too far. I'm sure Councilmember Ferrer would have done her city manager and said, hey, here's some concepts and here's some ideas, and we could have left legal out of it. So yeah, absolutely not necessary. So I'm gonna queue up again for my Little League question when we're done.
Okay, well, we do have an amendment on the floor. It does have a second, so let's go to roll vote. If we can, Kelly?
Can you have her reread the motion as well, since we've had such a long debate on this?
Yeah, can you restate your amendment, please? Just so everyone hears it fresh in their brain.
My amendment was simply to ensure that legal can also, if they're being directed to work with city staff to respond to the motion of which Councilmember McCoy requested. I just simply wanted to add that there needs to be parameters so that legal can also direct if certain municipal code chapters will be problematic.
Okay, let's take it to a vote. Voting on the amendment. And I would be in favor of the amendment and they would be not in favor of the amendment. It's our first time using these pads. That's fun.
Oh.
All right,
I'm not able to vote.
what's going on?
Panel disabled.
It says panel disabled for this mode.
Uh-uh.
Thank you, everybody.
Mm.
Sorry, my mic's not on. Let's just go ahead and do a voice roll call on this. And let's not forget Councilmember Bowman in that.
Councilmember McCoy,
No.
Councilmember Ferrer,
Yes.
Councilmember Munson,
No.
Mayor Overholser,
No.
Deputy Mayor Vale,
Yay.
Councilmember Kuipers,
No.
Councilmember Bowman.
No.
Councilmember Bowman,
No. You gotta turn the machines off.
Hear you. Are we done?
Councilmember Bowman,
No. Your machines, it doesn't work when you got the machines on.
You got you, Shane.
Thank
We
you.
got you.
so the motion fails 5-2.
All right, the amendment failed 5-2. Now back to the original motion on the floor. You want to restate the motion, Victoria?
It wasn't Victoria's.
It was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember McCoy.
The motion is just to direct staff and legal to flesh out the idea to bring back to the agenda what it would look like to have a council seated and directed code committee. So, because there's a cost associated with it, I thought we should have a motion.
All right, let's go back to the voice roll on that, please.
Councilmember McCoy,
No.
Councilmember Ferrer,
Yes.
Councilmember Munson,
No.
Mayor Overholser,
No.
Deputy Mayor Vale,
No.
Councilmember Kuipers,
No.
Councilmember Bowman.
No.
Motion fails 6-1.
All right, let's finish up council communications. Councilmember Munson, Battleground Little League?
Rob, where are we at with their contracts? Their lease
They've signed their lease with us for the next 2 years.
for the next 2 years, and
That's
is there
correct.
opportunities for extensions?
There's, the original contract had 3 2-year opportunities at the end. So they're in the second 2-year extension.
Okay, I'm just trying to reflect. So when I worked with the former city manager, well, 2 city managers ago, to get this in place, it was a total of 11 years. The first one being I think a 5 or 6 year. With the numbers that the mayor has presented tonight and the fact that that's really their own home, I'm encouraged to see these numbers because I had little ones come up through that program. I think there's a great advantage to it. So thank you for working with them and getting them in there. They bring in enough of their own revenue to keep that facility in good shape. So appreciate your work you're doing with them.
Welcome.
All right, any additional council communications this evening? All right, hearing none. The next regular city council meeting will be held Monday, April 6th at 7 p.m. No study session is scheduled. This meeting is adjourned at 10:06 p.m.